upstairs and maybe had a glass of water for him, and so I would have to open that door for him. Correct?
Right. So you've gotten him into bed. You've gotten him some water. You've asked him if he needs it. My question was just, is this a text exchange that you and Mr. Depp had on September 1st, 2017 from 2:34 to 2:36 in the afternoon?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance, the date. This is well after.
What's the relevance to 2017?
The relevance is that Mr. Bett testified yesterday that he'd seen Mr. Depp have a glass or two of wine, and this is direct evidence to contradict that.
All right, I'll allow it. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
There was no time frame on that. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, according to the timestamp and date, that is a text message from Mr. Depp and I.
And at 2:34 p.m., Mr. Depp texts you, steaks were excellent, pondering, though we'll likely have dinner here. Steaks were excellent, a couple of bottles of perfect wine. We then pounded an entire bottle of tequila, 3 exclamation points. Then the savagery commenced, 2 exclamation points. Good morning, 3 exclamation points. Did I read that right?
You did. And there's an X and facha after that.
Okay. And then you told Mr. Depp that you said, I prevented them from calling Popo.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay. Also improper impeachment.
That's for the context of the text. When he testified that he had prevented him from calling.
I'll allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor. So then, Mr. Bett, you texted Mr. Depp back 2 minutes later, and you said, I prevented them from calling Popo. Glad you had fun. You mean dinner in room or restaurant? Do you see that?
I do.
And you sent that text to Mr. Depp, correct?
I did.
And by Popo, you mean police, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You told him that you were glad he had fun, right?
Right.
Your Honor, permission, move for admission of Exhibit 892 and permission to publish.
Our objection is relevance. This is well past the relationship between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard.
Okay. If it was just used for impeachment, why would it come into evidence?
Well, it's Mr. Depp's statements about what he did when he pounded an entire bottle of tequila and the savagery that commenced go toward his use of alcohol. That's much greater than
in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're aware that Mr. Depp has used drugs, right?
I am.
And you've helped facilitate Mr. Depp's drug use on occasion, correct?
I haven't.
I'm sorry?
I haven't.
You have not?
I have not.
Heather, can you pull up Exhibit 967, please? Mr. Bett, feel free to take the time that you need to review this document, familiarize yourself with it. But my first question for you is just, is this a text exchange that you had with Mr. Depp on June 12th, 2019?
June 12th. According to these transcripts, yeah, it has my name and his name on there.
Right. And if it starts at the bottom and goes up, correct?
No, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention to the timestamps.
That's okay.
My
It's
apologies.
hard to orient yourself with these sometimes.
Okay, at the bottom, yeah, I do see 6/12/19 at 1:50 p.m.
And then the more recent texts are as you go up the page, right?
Correct.
So in the bottom text, you're telling Mr. Depp that some people are at his house visiting, and you say they'll be at the pool in 10,
Objection, Your
right?
Honor. Hearsay. Also relevance. This is 2019.
What's the relevance?
He just testified that he hadn't helped facilitate Mr. Depp's drug use, so this is for impeachment, and this is, you got to read the text in context to see how it impeaches him.
All right, we could come. you
Sure.
could Approach, please.
Mr. Bett, you communicate with Mr. Depp through texts, correct?
I do.
That's your primary way of communicating with him?
Well, not primary. I mean, if I happen to be in his presence, we'll communicate.
Sure, but in terms of written communications, texting is the way that you guys primarily communicate, right?
Correct.
And that's the same thing the same way that you communicate primarily with his other employees or with his family as well, right?
Yes.
You have a practice of deleting all of your texts with him at the end of the day or week, correct?
That's correct.
So there wouldn't be texts from his time when he was in a relationship with Amber Heard that you have possession of, correct?
That's correct.
You've never seen Amber do something that you would call physically violent or an assault of Mr. Depp, correct?
Other than when I testified that she threw a water bottle or a plastic cup in his direction.
But that, you wouldn't consider that physically violent or an assault of him, correct?
Well, in California, it's assault if you go to attempt to swing or throw something at somebody, even if you don't hit them.
You all right? Okay, just standing. Okay,
I'm sorry.
that's all right.
Mm.
Mr. Bett, do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
I do.
And you were under oath for that deposition, correct?
I was.
And I asked you a number of questions, right?
You asked me several, yes.
I did. And if you can turn to page 111 of this transcript, please. It's on page 28 of the
I
document.
know. I'm sorry. Okay,
And if you look at line 22, the last line, and then heading over to page 112, you see that?
got it.
And in your deposition, I asked you this question and you gave this answer. Question: so is it fair to say that while you've seen Miss Heard yell and get emotional toward Johnny, you've never seen her do something that you would call physically violent or assault of Johnny? Answer: correct. Did I read that right?
You did.
I'd like to turn to May 21st, 2016. That was the incident that we talked about last night, right before we adjourned for the day, correct?
Correct.
You and Mr. Jerry Judge brought Mr. Depp over to the penthouses at the Eastern Columbia building that night, right?
We did.
And you knew that he was going there to speak with Amber, correct?
And gather some belongings.
Your understanding was that Mr. Depp was going over there because they both wanted to talk and calm everything down, right?
Objection calls for speculation as to what Ms. Heard wanted.
I'll sustain the objection.
Mr. Depp told you that he and Amber were going to talk it out and talk about what's going on, correct?
Correct.
And he had wine in the car on the way over. I believe you testified yesterday, right?
He did have a glass of wine.
And I think you testified it's possible he had been drinking during the day before you brought him over there, correct?
Correct. I saw him with a wine glass after his meeting when he came out into the hallway.
And when you, no, I'm sorry, during the day before you picked him up to go over to the Eastern Columbia building, it's possible he had been drinking, correct?
Well, we were at a meeting. He did have a glass of wine in his hand, so I presume he was drinking.
And when you arrived at the Eastern Columbia building, you can't say one way or the other whether Mr. Depp was carrying wine with him into the building, right?
I can't remember.
You and Mr. Judge led him into penthouse 3 and were in there for just a minute or two before you exited penthouse 3, correct?
Yes, give or take.
And then you stayed outside in the hallway of penthouse 3 for a bit, right?
A short period of time, correct.
I think you testified yesterday like 10 minutes. Is that right?
Yeah, give or take.
And then from there, you went from the hallway outside of penthouse 3 to penthouse 5, the storage area where you had a couch and a TV and that sort of thing that you testified about, right?
That's correct.
Is that also known as the guard shack?
A modified version of the guard shack. It's just a place for us, as I testified yesterday, to, rest or have lunch or some coffee.
Sometimes called the cubby hole, is that right?
We might have called that. I can't remember what.
Okay, just to orient us, Heather, can you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 116? And Your Honor, I believe this has already been entered into evidence.
I do believe so. Yes, it's in evidence.
Can you rotate that, please? Counterclockwise. Okay, and then maybe just blow it up, please. And Your Honor, permission to publish if it's
It is
not already.
published.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. So, Mr. Bett, if you, just to orient us, am I correct in saying that well, could you put your finger just on the guard shack area of penthouse 5, please?
Sure.
if you
It's
touch the
just
screen, it will.
If you-
the diagram, the schematics is kind of off
Okay.
because the way Broadway is set up, it doesn't coincide with the way the buildings were. But I can make an attempt to show you where
Yeah, just, I think the screen will make a mark if you show on it.
okay. I mean, I'm having a,
Well, I'm not
Okay,
seeing any
okay,
marks. Okay, good.
so this is, I'd say right in this area right here.
Okay,
Is it showing up?
Yes.
Because there would be elevators to the right
It is.
Okay,
Yep,
Okay.
that's showing up.
okay,
So that's down the hall from outside of penthouse 3, right?
correct.
And you stayed in that guard shack for, I believe you said 5 to 10 minutes. Is that right?
Yes,
So if you spent about 10 minutes outside penthouse 3 and then 5 to 10 minutes inside the guard shack, you say you were at the building for what, a total of 30 minutes or so?
it could have been a little bit longer. It could have been 40. It could have been closer to an hour. It was quite some time ago.
But you're fairly confident it was 40 minutes to an hour?
Around that time frame, correct.
And you said that you arrived at the building sometime between 7:15 and 7:45. Is that what you said yesterday?
Yeah.
What's your
around-
best guess?
It would be an estimate guess, maybe more towards 8-ish. But again, it could have been 7:30.
Okay. More towards 8-ish. All right. And so you stayed in the guard shack for 5 to 10 minutes, and then you left the guard shack and headed back up the hall toward the door of penthouse 3, right?
Yes,
And at some point you heard Amber shouting and you let yourself into penthouse 3, right?
that's correct.
The closest you got to Amber when you went into penthouse 3 was 15 to 20 feet, right?
Around that, correct.
And you were in penthouse 3 for just about 30 seconds to a minute before you left again with Mr. Depp, right?
Around that time frame.
You don't remember what Miss Heard was wearing, do you?
I don't.
And you can't remember if she was crying when you saw her, right?
I didn't see her crying.
You can't remember if she was crying, right?
I just said I didn't see her crying.
She could have been crying, right?
Objection calls for speculation and asked and answered.
It's a different question.
Well, I'll sustain that objection. The next question.
And you can't remember if she had any makeup on or not, right?
If she did, she had very little.
You just can't remember if she did, right?
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's possible, but it was a long time ago.
Turn to page 160, please. In your deposition.
Okay, that'd be page 40
Page
as well.
Page
correct?
40, yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And on line 1, I asked you the question, did Miss Heard have any, you couldn't tell if she was wearing any makeup, right? Your answer was, I can't remember if she had any makeup on or not. Did I read that right?
You did.
And you don't know you have no personal knowledge of what transpired in penthouse 3 while you were outside of it that evening, correct?
I don't.
And you have no personal knowledge of whether Amber had a phone thrown in her face by Johnny Depp that evening, correct?
I don't.
Because you weren't there, right?
That's correct.
So you left penthouse 3 and then you went into penthouse 5 at Mr. Depp's insistence that he get into penthouse 5, right?
That's correct.
And he was agitated at this time, right?
I'm sorry. You said I went into penthouse 3 or penthouse 5 at this time?
I'm sorry. You left penthouse 3 after 30 to 60 seconds with Mr. Depp and Mr. Judge, and you went to penthouse 5, right?
Correct.
And that's because Mr. Depp was demanding to get into penthouse 5, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Depp was agitated at this time, right?
Yeah, I'd say he was agitated.
And one of the reasons that you could tell that he was agitated was because this wasn't the first time you had seen him agitated, right?
Well, no.
Mr. Depp told you to let him into penthouse 5, and you did that, right?
Yes.
And when he left penthouse 3 to go to penthouse 5, you can't remember if he had wine in his hand or not, correct?
I can't.
I'm sorry?
I can't.
Cannot?
Cannot.
And when he walked into penthouse 5, inside were Rocky Pennington, her fiance Josh Drew, and another woman and a dog, right?
That's correct.
And Mr. Depp told them to get out of his penthouse, right?
Yes,
And they exited, right?
they did.
And you can't remember one way or the other whether Mr. Depp knocked anything off the table in any of the penthouses, right?
It's possible he did, but I can't remember.
Did you or Mr. Judge, just to be clear, did you or Mr. Judge destroy any property or knock anything off tables in any of the penthouses that evening?
No,
You have no personal knowledge of whether or not Mr. Depp was violent to Miss Heard at times when you weren't around them, correct?
I have no knowledge.
And Miss Heard may have suffered injuries at the hands of Mr. Depp over the years that you didn't witness or you didn't see, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to end by just taking a look at the videos of you entering and exiting the building, I believe. Heather, could you pull up Exhibit 672? And Your Honor, I believe that these were part of Mr. Patterson's deposition and that they've been admitted.
I do have 672 admitted, correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your
yes.
Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
And the next one will be 666, just to confirm.
All right, we have that as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. Heather, could you play this starting at 1? Well, actually, before we start, do you see this on your screen, Mr. Bett?
I do.
And you see the timestamp that at the bottom, that shows what time the camera, the video was taken, correct?
I see the timestamp in the date.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this, Heather. Start at 1:55. And that's you in that black and white shirt, right?
Oh, that's me.
That's Mr. Depp in the hat,
Correct.
and that's Mr. Judge to his left.
Correct.
And this video is when you're entering the Eastern Columbia building to take him to Penthouse 3, correct?
Correct.
So it's actually a good bit earlier than you testified to, right? It's at 7:02, if I'm converting military time to,
Well, that's what the timestamp says. I mean, I don't know how it was calibrated and so forth, but according to the screen, it does say 1902 hours, which is 7:02.
7:02 p.m., right?
Correct.
On May 21st, 2016.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. Heather, you can take that down, please. Please pull up Exhibit 666. And you see that the timestamp on this video is, well, let's go ahead and play the video first. And that's you on the right again, right?
It is.
And that's Mr. Judge in the middle, right?
Yes.
And that's Mr. Depp on the left,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And the timestamp on this video is 2029 or 8:29 p.m., right?
That's correct.
So you were actually in the Eastern Columbia building for about an hour and a half that evening, right?
Well, according to these timestamps, yes, it does say that. It didn't seem like it was that long.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
redirect.
Mr. Bett, you previously testified that when you left Penthouse 3 and went into Penthouse 5, Who was inside that penthouse when you entered with Mr. Depp?
Josh Drew, an unknown female, and a little dog.
Was Ms. Pennington inside penthouse 3 when you entered with Mr. Depp?
I'm sorry, you said penthouse 5, didn't you? Am I getting my numbers?
You're right. My apologies. Let
I'm
me start
sorry.
over. It's confusing. When you left penthouse 3 and
Mhm.
went into penthouse 5, who was inside? Let's try this again.
Okay. Josh Drew, an unknown female, and cute little dog.
Where was Ms. Pennington? Was she inside penthouse 3 when you entered? Or penthouse 5 when you entered?
She was not in penthouse 5, no.
Where was the last place you saw Ms. Pennington on May 21st?
She was standing next to Miss Heard in penthouse number 3.
I think there's been also a little bit of confusion about April 21st, 2016 and May 21st, 2016. So let's start with April 21st, 2016. What occurred?
Objection just to the Ms. Vasquez testifying.
I'm just trying to orient the witness,
All right,
Your
well, go
Honor.
ahead.
I'll try to
Thank you.
limit that. Where was Mr. Depp on April 21st, 2016?
On April 21st, he was at a meeting in his production office.
And I believe you testified previously that you saw him holding a glass of wine. Is that right?
Correct.
Did he appear intoxicated to you after that meeting?
He didn't.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
He did not.
He did not. Okay. Now, on May 21st, 2016, was Mr. Depp drinking wine that day?
He did have wine with him, yes, correct.
And at what point did you observe Mr. Depp with wine on May 21st, 2016?
He probably had it in the car with him when we were driving down. And he could have finished it prior to us walking to penthouse 3.
And did Mr. Depp, based on your observations, Mr. Depp appear intoxicated to you on May 21st, 2016 before he arrived to the Eastern Columbia building?
He didn't.
He did not.
He did not.
Did you ever observe anything that made you concerned for Ms. Heard's safety?
Objection, foundation, and leading.
I'll allow it if you can answer. That's
I did not.
What, if anything, did you observe that made you concerned for Mr. Depp's safety?
From the injuries I saw on his face when on a few occasions I took photos of him.
Nothing further. Thank
All
you,
right.
Your Honor.
Is this witness subject to recall?
No, Your Honor.
All right, not subject to recall,
No,
correct?
Your
Okay, all right, so you're free to go, or you can have a seat in the courtroom. It's up to you, all right?
Thank you. So
Thank you. You have a good day, sir. All right, your next witness,
Thank you, Your Honor. Plaintiff calls Keenan Wyatt,
Keenan Wyatt. Could you spell that name for me?
Keenan, last name Wyatt, Wyatt.
All right, thank you so much,
Thank you,
sir.
Your Honor.
Mr. Wyatt.
you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case and penalty of law?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Wyatt.
Morning.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Keenan Wyatt,
Mr. Wyatt, where do you live?
Thousand Oaks, California.
What do you do for a living?
Excuse me. I'm a sound technician on feature films,
How long have you been a sound technician on feature films?
over 35 years.
Would you please briefly describe for the jury what a sound technician on films does?
Well, technically just do the dialogue recording while on the set, so it's as clean as possible.
Do you know Johnny Depp?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Mr. Depp?
I've known Johnny for over 25 years and we're good friends.
Have you ever worked with Mr. Depp?
Yes, I have.
For how many of Mr. Depp's films have you worked with him as the sound technician?
Dozens of films.
Would you please just name a few of them for the jury if you can remember?
I've done the 5 Pirates of the Caribbean movies, Alice in Wonderland, Rum Diary, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Ninth Gate, Lone Ranger, number of films.
What part did Mr. Depp play in the 5 Pirates of the Caribbean movies?
Captain Jack Sparrow.
Are you, Mr. Wyatt, are you currently employed by Mr. Depp?
No,
Have you ever been employed by Mr. Depp?
no,
Have you ever been paid by Mr. Depp?
no.
Have you ever worked for any of Mr. Depp's companies?
Yes, I worked for Infinitum Nile.
When was the last time you worked for Infinitum Nile?
Last time I was there was probably 2017. I worked on a contract basis with them, not as an employee.
And would you very briefly describe for the jury what work you did for Infinitum Nile in 2017?
I ran the media library with them, did some archiving, recording, editing, things like that.
How would you describe briefly your working relationship with Mr. Depp in the 25 years or so that you've worked together?
Johnny's great to work with on films. He always comes very prepared and knows what he wants to do and makes it for a fun day when we're shooting.
With what directors have you and Mr. Depp worked together?
Many directors, but we've done several films, multiple films with multiple directors, like Tim Burton, Gore Verbinski, Rob Marshall. We've done multiple films with them.
Why did you and Mr. Depp work with those directors more than once?
Johnny makes it easy to work with.
Foundation.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Johnny makes it easy to work with. He comes prepared. He knows what he wants to do with the characters, and he collaborates very well with the directors.
Is Pirates 5 one of the feature films on which you worked together with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Was Mr. Depp ever late to the set on Pirates 5?
Yes.
Do you know why Mr. Depp was late on those occasions?
Well, arguing going on between him and Amber.
Objection, hearsay,
I'll
foundation.
sustain the objection.
Strike that. Did you communicate with crew members on the set of Pirates 5?
Every day, yes.
Was Mr. Depp's lateness a problem for the crew?
Objection calls for hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain as to what the crew may have told him.
Well, I was just asking the threshold question of whether he had spoken with the crew.
You're right, I'll sustain the objection.
Of how Mr. Depp's, or the top of Mr. Depp's finger was cut off.
All right.
No, I don't know.
Okay. I'll return.
And I believe you testified that production was suspended for a period of 2 or 3 weeks. Did there come a time when Mr. Depp returned from Los Angeles to Australia for completion of the shooting of Pirates 5?
Yes, he did.
Who is Sean Bailey?
He's an executive at Disney.
After Mr. Depp returned to the set of Pirates 5 in Australia, what, if any, interactions did you observe between Mr. Depp and Mr. Daly?
Sean had come to set one day and sat and talked with Johnny for a while, and they talked about collaborating and doing some stuff in the future.
Was it a friendly conversation?
Absolutely, yes.
Has Mr. Depp ever worn an earpiece in any of the many movies in which you've worked with him?
Yes.
For what purpose are earpieces generally used by actors on sets?
Well, I've worked with,
Objection, Your Honor. First of all, relevance, foundation,
What's the relevance?
hearsay.
For
May we approach, Your Honor?
Okay, sure.
Mr. Wyatt, has Mr. Depp ever worn an earpiece in any of the movies in which you've worked with him?
Objection leading.
I'll allow it.
And he already answered it anyway, but
That's okay, I'll allow it.
yes, he has.
When was the first time you used an earpiece with Mr. Depp?
First time we used it was on a movie he was directing called The Brave. We were doing a scene with Marlon Brando, who wears an earpiece for receiving his dialogue.
objection.
I'll allow it, that's fine, go ahead.
Marlon uses an earpiece for his dialogue, and it was a long shooting day, and we let Johnny, as the director, let Marlon go after we shot Marlon's section of the film, and then for Johnny's character to act against something other than just a blank nothing, we put Marlon's performance in an earpiece into Johnny so he could act up against Marlon's performance.
Did Mr. Depp ever use an earpiece for some other purpose other than listening to Mr. Brando's dialogue?
After that, we started using an earpiece all the time where Johnny would listen to music while acting. We would play all different kinds of music depending on the character he was playing. He and I would talk about it beforehand, and sometimes it'd be classical, sometimes it would be rock, sometimes it would be blues. It depended on the character.
To what extent, if any, did you and Mr. Depp use that process in other movies on which you worked together?
We used that on every movie.
Mr. Wyatt, on those occasions, in addition to feeding Mr. Depp music, did you ever read lines to him?
Yes.
Why did you read lines to Mr. Depp?
Johnny typically likes to go into makeup in the morning and write his own dialogue and rewrite his dialogue. So sometimes there's not enough time to always to to remember the lines and learn them. So I would remind him in his ear sometimes while music was playing at the same time.
And Mr. Wyatt, in your long experience working with Mr. Depp on films, how would you describe his level of preparedness on the set?
He's absolutely prepared. He knows what he wants the character to be. He collaborates with the director on what his ideas are, but he always comes very prepared.
And Mr. Wyatt, during your long relationship with Mr. Depp, what, if any, opportunity have you had to observe his sense of humor?
Quite often.
How would you describe to the jury Mr. Depp's sense of humor?
He likes like a British humor. Sometimes a little dark, maybe. He likes plays on words, that sort of thing.
Monty Python?
Monty Python. There's a show in England called The Fast Show, which he used to love watching.
Mr. Wyatt, what, if any, relationship do you have with Mr. Depp outside of your working relationship?
We're close. I used to, after a film, sometimes he'd call and I would go on vacation with he and his family.
On what occasions would you go on vacation with Mr. Depp and his family?
He would call after a film, and he would be going away with the kids and Vanessa, and he would say, "Hey, we're going to the island. Would you come with me?" and stuff. Or we're going to France. Would you come along? And sure, why not?
Would you please give the jury Vanessa's full name?
Vanessa Paradis.
And would you please tell the jury who she is?
She is the mother of Johnny's two kids, Jack and Lily Rose.
And Mr. Wyatt, on how many occasions, if you can recall, did you accompany Mr. Depp, Ms. Paradis, and Johnny's two children on vacation?
Several times.
On those several occasions where you accompanied them on vacation, did you ever observe Mr. Depp and Vanessa interact with each other?
Sure. Yes.
Would you please tell the jury what you observed?
They were a loving couple, and everything was fine. Yeah, it was a family.
Did you ever hear or see Mr. Depp yell or raise his voice at Vanessa Paradis, the mother of his children?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever, on any occasion, see Mr. Depp physically abuse Vanessa?
Never.
And I believe you testified, Mr. Wyatt, that Mr. Depp's and Ms. Paradis' children, Lily Rose and Jack, were there on those vacations. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to observe Mr. Depp's interactions with his children?
Sure. Yes.
Would you please describe for the jury very briefly Mr. Depp's interactions with his children, Jack and Lily Rose?
He was a very loving father. He used to do stuff with the kids all the time, going swimming at the island and teaching them scuba diving and, just drawing, a lot of drawing, doing artwork.
Did he ever yell or raise his voice at his children?
Not that I recall. Nothing that stands out, no.
Mr. Wyatt, on what, if any, occasions have you seen Mr. Depp drink alcohol?
Oh, we drink alcohol quite often.
And on those occasions in which you had alcohol with Mr. Depp, how, if at all, did his behavior change?
I don't remember it changing at all. I don't remember him changing.
It didn't make him angry?
No. Sleepy.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp use drugs?
I've seen him take pills. Don't know what they were. I wouldn't know what they were, but that's all.
Based on your observations, when you have seen him taking pills, how, if at all, did the taking of the pills affect his behavior?
I didn't see any change in Johnny. I don't recall anything changing.
Mr. Wyatt, do you know the defendant in this case, Ms. Amber Heard?
Yes.
When did you first meet Ms. Heard?
On the set of Rum Diary.
On how many occasions, if at all, did you see Ms. Heard after that?
Several times.
Would you please describe for the jury very briefly your relationship with Ms. Heard after you saw her the first few times?
I mean, I don't really have a relationship with her. We didn't sit and talk. I didn't hang out with her or anything like that.
Did there come a time when you became aware that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were romantically involved?
Yes.
How often did you see Mr. Depp after he started the romantic relationship with Ms. Heard?
Oh, I don't recall. I didn't see him that often, but I don't recall how often, but I didn't see him that much.
How often were you together, strike that, how often did you interact with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard when the two of them were together?
Just only occasionally did I see him, and we would I would leave him alone, let him have his time with Amber. I wasn't into interfering.
And on those occasions where you interacted with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard as a couple, did you ever hear Mr. Depp yell at or raise his voice to Ms. Heard?
No.
On what occasions, if any, did he ever raise his hand to or otherwise abuse Ms. Heard?
I've never seen him be violent towards anybody.
And if we could did there come a switch gears here? When you traveled with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard by private plane from Boston to Los Angeles,
Yes.
who else was on that Boston plane flight?
It was Amber and Johnny, Stephen, Savannah, and Jerry Judge and myself.
And would you please tell the jury who is Stephen?
Stephen Duders is Johnny's assistant.
Who is Savannah?
So Jerry Judge is Johnny's security. Travel with the two of them that often. I was probably headed back to Los Angeles to see my daughter.
And before you got on the flight, how did you arrive at the airport that night?
We came in a car.
When you say you came in the car, with whom did you come in the car?
It was Jerry, Stephen, Nathan, Johnny, and myself.
And who is Nathan?
Nathan.
What, if any, alcohol or drugs did you see Mr. Depp take while on the car ride to the airport?
On the car ride, I don't recall anything being taken. Johnny, I know, had called Jack during the car ride to talk to him, to tell him we were on our way. And we were listening to the World Cup that was going on at the time.
And if you could just remind the jury who Jack is?
Jack is Johnny's little boy.
Observe about Ms. Heard's behavior on that Boston flight.
Well, she was giving Johnny the cold shoulder, being quiet, and seemed pouty.
What, if any, conversation did you have with Ms. Heard on the flight?
At one point, I went up to her and said something, and all that you talk to me, get away from me. So I went back to the seat and minded my own business.
When she said those things to you, would you describe the tone of her voice if you remember it?
She was abruptly loud. It was a quiet plane. All of a sudden, it got very loud.
And I believe you testified you went back to your seat or you moved. What happened next?
Johnny had said something to her like, don't talk to my friend that way. And I just stayed in my seat and finished the rest of the flight.
And after you went back to your seat, to what extent, if any, were you able to see Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
I was able to see them very clearly.
What, if any, violence or physical altercation did you observe between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard once you'd gone back to your seat?
I've never seen Johnny be violent towards anybody.
To what extent, if any, did you observe Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard hit, kick, or throw anything at each other on the plane?
No, I don't recall that at all.
Mr. Wyatt, was Mr. Depp consuming any alcohol on that flight?
Sure, yes.
Did he seem intoxicated?
Seem intoxicated? No, he seemed like Johnny. No, he seemed normal.
Did there come a time, Mr. Wyatt, when you learned that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were getting married to each other?
Yes.
How did you find out about that there would be a wedding?
I was at the Infinitum office and Christy came to me and said, hey,
I'm just asking, it's not for the proof, I'm just asking him how he found out about the wedding.
All right, what's the relevance?
May we approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Mr. Wyatt, did you end up attending the wedding?
yes, I did.
Where was that? Where did the wedding take place?
Well, there was two weddings, one at Betty Sue's house, Johnny's mom's house, and then another on the island. The one on the island I did not attend.
What, if anything, did you observe at the Los Angeles ceremony that you attended at Betty Sue,
Betty
Mr.
Sue's
Depp's
house?
mother's house?
It was all very quick. I mean, we all found out about it at the last moment. There was a bit of confusion. Johnny had a friend from out of town and she wasn't sure what was going on. Little Jack didn't understand what was going on.
I'll sustain as other people. Go ahead.
What, if anything, did you observe about Ms. Heard's demeanor at the ceremony?
She was very happy-go-lucky. She was all dressed up. All of her friends were nicely dressed up and ready for a wedding.
Have you ever, in the course of your interactions with Ms. Heard, ever seen any marks, injuries, or bruises on her?
I have not, no.
During the decades that you have known Mr. Depp, to what extent, if any, are you aware of any woman other than Ms. Heard accusing him of abuse?
I've never seen Johnny abuse anybody, ever.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wyatt. That's all I have right now.
Well, we go ahead and take our break. All right, let's go ahead and take our morning break for 15 minutes. Do not say anything, do not talk to me about the case, and don't look up anything. If a juror needs to address something to me, please write it down and give it to the deputy, okay? All right, thank you. You're excused. 15 minutes. And Mr. Wyatt, since you're still in the middle of your testimony, you can't discuss the case or your testimony with the attorneys or with Mr. Depp at this time, okay? All right, thank you. Let's just come back, let's make it 11:20, okay? We'll come back 11:20. All right, thank you.
Hey folks, hey folks, hey folks. What's good with it? Good morning. A good afternoon some places, a good night if you are in Afghanistan over there with Just V. Let me go ahead and do a check card real quick. Hey Sonia Davis, Bev Davis. Okay. Two Davises. Damn, is there another Davis? Hey, I am Queen. Hey, True Strong. Hey, Missy. Hey, my Missy. Hey, Felicia. Hey, Rockin'. Just be Karen. Right, I had neither. And I said this was good for defamation. I'm trying to escape. Woo, child. Hopefully I'll do the little giveaway thing that JoJo was gonna do the other morning. Hopefully I get to it tonight. I'm trying, folks. I'm trying. I want to do something new. I want to see, if I can do it and make sure I don't get, see if I get struck or whatever. But, child, I had to look all up under the rocks in the bed and all this to find this live stream. I didn't want to just pipe it in from Court TV. I wanted to pipe it in from a news media. And it's doing, let me see. Somebody is. Who is liking us on Twitter? Hold on. Oh, y'all, and for people who left me messages on Twitter and stuff like that, I do apologize. I didn't have Twitter app downloaded on my phone, so I wasn't getting any, well, I don't check Twitter, whatever. All I do is just share the video over there and I keep going. And it doesn't require me to even log in to do that. So, yes. Yeah, he's supposed to testify today. That's what they said. Anything in the court can happen, but they say he's supposed to testify today. I don't know what I had to tell you. I don't know. I'm trying to get into the on this channel. I'm trying to get into the streaming business. This post. Oh man, it has been. I see it still, kind of crazy in these streets, honey. I see it is still crazy. And I don't want no part of all that crazy shit. It's just, I really, everybody just want to do all this exchanging goddamn angry spit and angry air across these airwaves. Nobody ain't really trying to do no real shit. I got time for that. Child. That's a waste of time. Well, see, this is. Let me tell you. I don't know if y'all can still hear me because I'm not on the screen. I'm doing something else. But do you know what? I could avoid it. I thought about it. I could have avoided damn near just about every argument I've ever been in if I would have just stuck to my principles. The ones I stick to in my regular everyday life. See, in my regular everyday life, I don't fuck with all types of people. I don't. And that has nothing to do with what they have and what they don't have, whatever. It's that if they are a decent person. I don't fuck with lie, big old liars and shit like I don't, scared motherfuckers, shit starters, and then runners and shit. I don't fuck with all them type of people. So I don't understand that type of life. I don't fuck with people that do nothing all day but sit on the ball of their ass and get high and then wait to talk shit at some point during the day. Like, I don't know. I don't want to do that. It's pointless. Yeah, I said it. I don't give a fuck. How to share this to WhatsApp? I don't. Hold on, let me see what it says. Hello. Yes, who is this? Who? Coming from where? Yeah, but what does it all this entail? What you got to do? Okay, well take me off your list. Bye, don't call me no goddamn more. Bye. It's my ass. Oh, I wasn't on mute. Anyway, y'all can hear me? I see it's real deadly out there. And I really like I like Levi. I love me some Levi. And I don't have nothing against Shabazz. I don't know Shabazz or whatever, but I see Looks like I thought, they was, gonna be good. And then I hear the last little lives and stuff, and I'm like, Lord, no. Hey, just me. You're gonna have to serve as a well, I'm starting this thing for y'all called club seats, right? So that's where a lot of people are going to club seat. But just be today, I need you to act as a whisperer today. And when there's another break, and if I'm asleep or something, I don't know if you'll still be up. But can you call me or text me or something? Because I might drop on off. I feel the sleep coming on. If you don't mind. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. You're so sweet to me. And once you I'll tell you that. But listen, so and then I'm going to have something else. I know that an old bald head James Harris coming in the building. You in the woods, James Harris? You are a damn wolf. Woods. I'm adding hey, I'm adding a meditation video. I told you, if the channel need to be destroyed, I can destroy it myself. But yeah, I'm doing a meditation video. See what else. You want me to drop the link, Levi? Y'all ain't. Hold on, y'all. Okay, hold on. Just for you, Levi. Wait a minute. Let me go to Facebook real quick. Okay. Hold on, Levi. Okay. I think I got that there. Drop that funky ass link. Here you go, Levi. Hey, Dolores. Levi, I dropped it for you. These people don't want to hear about the white man's case anyway. I mean, Levi, what happened? I thought y'all had a peaceful calm and all of this. I don't know what happened. Hey, Jennifer. What happened to Levi? Oh, there you go. I'm popping you up. Okay, wait a minute. There you go. What's good with it? What's good with it on?
How you doing, Miss Walker? Uh-oh, can you hear me?
Levi.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, I
Wait,
can
wait,
hear you
wait,
now.
wait. Oh, you can hear me
I
now?
can hear you now.
I just wanted to dip in for a minute.
Hey.
I have a lot of respect for you. And
Thank you.
yeah, I view you as
Likewise.
thank you. I view you as, without a doubt, the strongest legal mind in this sector, and I value your legal opinion as well as your overall opinion. While I don't agree with you all the time, and I will be doing a live very soon because I got a bone of contention with you all, so I'm after you too
With
now.
me? I ain't been here. Yeah, darn, Levi. I mean, what I do now? What I do?
I heard JoJo thrashing you a little bit, but I want to bring it more. I'm gonna bring it home. One day this week I'll drop a live and we can discuss it as it pertains to the text messages, because I had been waiting for your take on the text messages, as you know. And at one time you were not, which rightfully so, you did not want to give your opinion as it pertains to its authentication. However, with the government not responding, I heard one of your videos the other day where you actually, you said, well, from my vantage point, even though we don't have 100% confirmation, I believe that the text messages were authentic. And then you gave your opinion, but I don't want to get into that right now. We'll have a live on that. If you're willing to come on my channel, I'd appreciate it. We can discuss that one day this week. Yes, ma'am. However, I was listening to you just now, and I agree as it pertains to the messiness, the back and forth, I'm not one for beef at all. I am someone who believes in minding his business. And I would say, however, when I address certain things, I try to address those things that are extremely significant and those things that have served as a extreme, huge impediment to Robert's progress. In other words, I don't engage in trivial things. I've already called the terrorist out. No one on social media actually used the proper legal description of these people, but myself. I was the one who basically thinking legally all the time, especially when it comes to Robert's situation. I've always approached this, as you know, from a legal perspective. I don't want to hold up your live. If Johnny Depp comes on, I'll definitely close it out. However, yes, ma'am. However, like I said, I'm the kind of person that I've always approached this legally, even when it came down to when there was just outright craziness in the YouTube streets. I was the one that tried to direct people back to the cases by embarking on a mission with grown man Larry and Angelo to discuss the cases from a legal perspective, bringing people back to what matters and not all of the trivial stuff. However, those same individuals who were critical and criticized me and attacked me for going over there, holding those debates with Larry, as I predicted, a week or two later, all of them were trying to get in to debate with Larry. After criticizing me and attacking me. So I say this to you, Ms. Walker, I've never been a follower. I've always been a leader. I've always been the kind of person who thinks outside of the box. And when it comes to Robert's cases, as I said, I always try to be grammatically correct and legally sound in my descriptions and how I speak. So when I said domestic terrorist, what they are, I was able to draw from the legal definition of what a terrorist is first. And a terrorist is someone who tries to promote their agenda through violence, through intimidation, through fear. There was a time when this whole R. Kelly YouTube sector began. There were people that did not get along. That's a fact. Now, keep in mind, I want you to understand this. I know him, okay? I can't speak on certain things, but I knew his state of mind when all of this first started. And I knew that his instructions and his direction was remain positive, only approach and address the legal aspect of this without attacking and berating those who have been accusing me of these fake, false crimes that never existed. So when I came onto social media, that's all I did was speak. I went against Quincy Jones, the record company, Sony. I went against the powers that be, Lifetime, those who I felt were extremely instrumental in constructing this propaganda machine, this propaganda media-driven machine that has landed him now in one of the most serious, dire, potentially dire situations. So that's always been my pedigree. Then you fast forward and I see all of this terroristic activity going on. I see those who came on the scene embarking upon a mission to use threats, harassment, intimidation, and other crimes to garner support. It was unfortunate for Robert that, well, I'm not going to say the majority. I'll say this. The majority of the people, once they saw these people come in, ignorant, inarticulate, low down, just a bunch of broke, destitute, pathetic. I'm telling you what it is now. Destitute, pathetic, cash app chasing. See, you whenever you go into anything, you take with you who you are. You notice that in school. When we were children in school, the child that came to school who was disruptive, you could just about tell what kind of house or home he came from. We know that for a fact. So you, even in a work setting, you have some supervisors who will go to work, do their job, make sure everybody's on point. Then you have some supervisors that just want to fuck with people. And that's because of their upbringing. You feel me? Then you have workers on jobs.
Uncle Levi, when I tell you we're going to have to do a 3-way offline, you just don't even understand the conversations we done had.
Yes.
Oh, Lord, you must be was reading our minds, baby. Woo, baby, you don't know what we've been saying. You don't hit the net. And this is, I don't mean to cut you off, but this is the honest to God truth. And I put this on everything. I don't know, it had to be about 2 days ago. I said, when Levi came on, when he first came out, I said he was pretty much attacking celebrities who had done spoke out about R. Kelly. And then he would say something back to like big bloggers, like Tasha K said something. I said, I don't know what happened.
That's right.
But all hell broke loose. And then people started attacking Levi, and I don't know for what reason. And that's how I remember it. I just said this the other day. This is crazy that you having this conversation with me. This is crazy.
Yes, ma'am. Well, the Bible says that in order to take over a house, you must subdue the strong man. What I need to remind you of is that 99% of the people that came on YouTube, which is no problem with that, but they did not know Robert personally, nor do they know him. Okay, they don't know the man. So I, being someone who knows him personally, I being someone who genuinely loves him and knows his personality, I can read the indictments and tell the things that are valid and the things that are invalid just based on his personality. Now, we don't know who does what behind closed doors. That's a fact. But at the same time, I came on with a personal love for Robert. All right. So they wanted to subdue the YouTube streets. And what they did was, quite naturally, who you going to attack? You're going to attack his cousin. You're going to attack someone that knows him personally. And you're going to put all these lies and innuendo, just everything out there to try to discredit me. But guess what, Miss Walker? I've never been on no YouTube stuff. I didn't care. Like I could have easily proven my relationship with him 3 years ago, but I let them go on and talk and talk and talk because that's not me. I'm not into that. However, what I need you to understand is that when you consider, if you look back at when the word was really getting out there, I want to explain this to you now. When the word was really reaching the masses of people, when you had Tasha K not attacking, but Tasha K, which I have the clip, Levi's not his cousin. Levi's not his cousin. Like, you had Tasha K knowing then that I was on par with her because I know the man personally. So I did videos kind of, laughing and joking. I never attacked Tasha K. I never disliked the woman, to be honest with you. That's not who I am. But what I need you to understand is that when the derelicts, the lowlifes came into it with a cheap ass cell phone and a Gmail account, and the people saw some of these pathetic middle-aged women, most of them, gravitating towards these niggas who couldn't even buy them a Happy Meal, who couldn't even, I'm talking about cats who were fucked up in their own lives. I didn't understand it, and I think Brother JoJo would attest to this. I come from a place where if people are going to listen to a person or follow a person, they're going to predicate that on what has that person accomplished in their life. What kind of individual am I listening to? Am I listening to, and I'm not saying all successful people are moral and have ethical principles. I'm saying if I'm going to listen to somebody, I'm not going to listen to a homeless nigga. I'm not going to listen to someone whose life is fucked up, right? So that's cool. What they did was when they came in, they drove the true supporters of R. Kelly, even those who were on the fence, wanting to know what's going on, they drove them away. I got proof of it, which I don't care about that. But at that time when I first came on, the videos were 60,000, 70,000, 80,000 people listening to me explain and break down this conspiracy against Robert. Now, when those people saw those derelicts and they saw some of these pathetic women paying attention to some people. See, I come from a place, you click on the women I was raised around, they click on YouTube and see a nigga eating with his mouth wide open, chewing food with his mouth wide open. They clicking off. That right there is like, oh no, I'm not going to listen to nobody that doesn't understand the rules of etiquette and how to speak and things you just don't do. But there's a sector in YouTube that exists where some people, just like on every block in America, in the hood, just prefer low down people, the flop houses. They go sit on the porch, drink outside, and it's the loudest house on the block. And that's fine if that's your thing. So they didn't do nothing to Levi. What they were instrumental in doing is driving off all of those thousands and thousands of people who were a position to really support Robert, who really wanted to know. So they put a different face on it. But they were not even successful at that, because if you look at the whole YouTube sector, ain't nobody even getting 10,000 views on R. Kelly. You ain't gonna get 10,000 views because they drove all those people away. This is why I'm operating on another level. reaching out to other different entities to spread the word. Now, to the Shabazz issue, I don't have anything personally against Shabazz. I don't. And yes, while my speech at times may be very animated, yes, I speak a certain way. It's nothing personal with he and I. I'll tell you this though. As I said, I address those things that are significant. And when you look at Azriel having a change of mind and heart towards Robert, that in itself, I would point to as one of the most significant points or areas where Robert's whole legal dynamic changed literally overnight. Now, I was very respectful to Mr. Shabazz. If you look at my previous videos prior to the last one, I basically pointed out and pointed to an area that I felt was the turning point. And that was, I said, well, one thing we know is that she had a change of heart while filming the president's documentary, while in the presence of Shabazz. Then I recollect, and I go back to when Shabazz was on Larry's show. And I've given him an opportunity to come on Levi for Kelly. He'll probably do it. Perhaps he'll do a video or whatever, where he can defend himself. But I remember that conversation. And when he came on the scene, I didn't appreciate the fact that he tried to pretend that he was just this mutual, independent cinematographer or videographer, or documentarian, should I say. But I suspected more. I suspected that he did have a business relationship with Angelo. Now, keep in mind, no one wants to give me credit, and I'm not desirous of any of their credit, but he had the entire YouTube R. Kelly sector fooled. Okay? Someone asked him, is Angelo invested in your documentary? And he said, he laughed and he said, hell no. How could he invest in something I'm doing? When I heard that person ask him this, I said, oh, okay. So when he went on Larry's, I asked him, I said, I'm afraid it's different. Does he have a vested interest? Which is a totally different phraseology. To have an investment in something is different than having a vested interest. And he was honest enough to say, yes, he does. Okay. So that tells me that you came on the scene deceiving people. And that's fine. I let that ride. Now, during that conversation, I remember both he and Larry, if it's still up there, I don't know if someone can go look at it or if someone recorded it. When I asked him, I said, well, I saw your preview with Jasmine, the Jasmine young lady, alleging that she had sexual relations with Robert. Did you just put that in your documentary, or did you substantiate it first? Because that could have dire consequences for him. He said to me, well, first, grown man Larry started laughing, and I would never say anything against Larry or say anything about Larry while he's in his current situation, because he should be allowed to defend himself. And I'm not accusing Larry, but they both kind of laughed, and both of them, including Larry, said, Levi, trust me, it happened. And then Shabazz said, I got 1,000% irrefutable proof that he did this with Jasmine. Now, at the time, I wasn't thinking how serious that was. Then, as time progressed, I looked back and said, wait a minute, I know Azriel had a change of mind and a change of heart around that time. Then I said, well, is it possible that prior to him even putting it in the middle of filming that documentary, that information and that video footage and Jasmine's testimony fell in the hands of Azriel or Angelo or both? That would, without a doubt, I feel, cause her to say, hell no, this nigga is going to meet the supporters at the gym and he ends up getting oral from one of them. And then you know how black people, you know how niggas do. They like, look at her. You know, a lot of people have attacked her because of her looks, which something I don't do, because all black women are beautiful and black young girls, they're beautiful to me. And as I've explained, we have this thing, if you ain't got long hair and European features, that most black men will say you're unattractive. And she's not light skinned. So I'm like, I would never attack that girl and say she's ugly or whatever, but is it possible that they use that? Look at this chick, look at her. He actually received, now this was just a theory that I placed on the table.
Yeah.
You understand? So it's nothing personal with Shabazz, it's just a theory, that's all. And then he went personal with it. Instead of saying, well, I reject your theory, I'm not going to answer your theory, he took it to another level, so I had to respond to him. But I just wanted to assure you that that is not my thing, sitting up beefing with people. You cannot find one video where I've ever used any of those terrorist names. Find me one. I would say the Grease-Faced Woman in the Carolinas, I would make reference to them, but I've never used their names because I don't give terrorists clout, support terrorists or terrorism, you know. So that area is what I was touching on, because if in fact, if Shabazz did facilitate that, then he would be primarily responsible for what took place in a New York courtroom. That's all. That's all I said. Now listen, people have accused me of not knowing Robert, not being his cousin. They've tried every trick in the book. I'm lying, dollar for the king. They've tried every trick in the book. But guess what? What is. What is. And every lie that's told comes to light. It's simple. They've been saying, what, 2.5, 3 years that a dollar for the king was fraudulent? Hey, come on now. Come on now. If so, Levi's ass is going to prison. You can't do that kind of stuff. So what they've alleged against me, I stand on it. Okay, fine. Y'all done wrote over 100 and some letters to the people. If it is fraudulent, fine. That's cool. But guess what, Ms. Walker? You can't rob a bank, come outside, turn the corner, and I'm looking at you from my high rise, looking down at you. You take your mask off, I'm filming it. You put the bag in another goddamn van and you drive off. I got the license plate. And you've committed a federal fucking crime of robbing a bank, but then you come back and say Levi shoplifted at 7-Eleven. Or Levi robbed a post office. No. You put your allegations, present your allegations and accusations to those people as they have done, the terrorist network, and I give them what I have. If I've done anything in a way of illegal malfeasance or whatever, then I'm going to prison. But guess what? If they have, they're going to prison. End of story. End of story. Nothing else to talk about. There's one thing about this thing, Ms. Walker, and I'm going to let you go, is that, excuse me.
You good.
It is what it is. If terroristic activities took place, they took place. Now, I do understand this. As a black man in America that's legally minded, all my life, Ms. Walker, I was watching PBS and Charlie Rose when I was 10 years old. I was following politics when I was 10 years old. I understand the political, social, legal machine in America very well. And I understand that when you are black and you have been victimized, or crimes have been committed against you and others, you have to, in most cases, hold the federal or local authorities' feet to the fire and make them serve and protect and uphold the Constitution that they're sworn to. That's a fact. And I'll prove it by saying this to you, Ms. Walker. Could you imagine the female alleged victims, or I'll say victims now, because they both Weinstein and Epstein were convicted. Well, Epstein wasn't convicted, but I'll say alleged victims. Could you imagine those white females who were accusing Epstein and Weinstein of those crimes, if a group of niggas took to social media, attacking them, doxing them, intimidating them, taking one of their pictures and cutting, which I have it, the federal authorities have it, where one of them, the terrorist, took Azriel Clary's picture, cut the head off of it, and put it up to the goddamn camera, calling for that young lady's death. Ignorant people say, why are you defending Azriel? I don't even respond to ignorant people. When you say they did this to Azriel, you're defending Azriel. First of all, I'm a man. I'm a man. It is my responsibility to defend any goddamn woman, especially black woman or child on this planet, for one. For two, the ignorant people fail to realize and understand it is not primary. It is not primary that I'm defending Azriel. It is primary that I point out to the Justice Department that these attacks against Azriel Clary, this harassment, this beratement, this intimidation shit that they were doing, without a doubt caused my loved one, Robert, to be denied bond, bail for years. It, without a doubt, facilitated, justified the prosecutors keeping him in there, and most importantly, Ms. Walker, it justified them asking and being granted a anonymous, partially sequestered goddamn jury. That's factual. So here a person is going into court. I don't give a damn who you are. If I am a juror and they say, oh, by the way, we can't release your names, your places of employment, nothing about you. You're going to be anonymous. So don't you tell people your names. We're going to keep you under secret. We're going to protect you as a juror to make sure you're not killed or doxxed or attacked. But by the way, we want you to go in here and sit on this jury for this person. I don't give a damn who they are. I'm going to think that person's a goddamn gangster, monster, serial killer if I got to be anonymous. So that in itself is prejudicial. It prejudices any juror. That wait a minute. Most people don't even want to go to jury duty. But you're trying to tell me this person that I must make a decision as to their innocence or guilt? You're telling me that the government must protect my identity and protect me from sitting on a jury and rendering a fair and just judgment against this individual? I'm going to go in prejudiced. I'm going to go in thinking this person's a big killer, he has a network of people that'll kill me. So the ignorant people, and that's fine because they're just ignorant. I'm trying to tell you, Ms. Walker, they can't even pronounce the word affidavit.
You ain't got to tell me nothing, honey. I have seen and heard it all, baby. You ain't got to tell me nothing.
Man. So they sit and they'll say, well, you're defending Azriel. You could explain it to them 100 times. They don't understand it. No. What they were doing was the final death nail thus far in Robert's legal coffin. What they were doing, now I'll get back to my point. Imagine this was being done to those white women who are accusing Epstein or Harvey Weinstein. Imagine if a nigga went up in the court filming, looking for one of them. And the marshals were alerted to this nigga who had been berating that white witness, female witness, for over 9-10 months straight, cussing her out and calling her bitches and hoes. And then this nigga gonna have the nerve to go up in a federal courtroom filming, asking for her. He would be up under the prison right now. They protect white witnesses, okay? But these black female witnesses, alleged victims or whatever, they didn't give a damn. They allowed these people, and let me say this also, Ms. Walker, because you're a legally minded person. These people think that the First Amendment grants them the right to do anything. And they're about to learn that's not true. You know it. The First Amendment, as a child, we learn. The First Amendment grants you freedom of speech, freedom of expression, right to protest, all of these things, but you cannot yell fire in a crowded theater. What does that mean? That means your speech cannot be incendiary speech. You can't say things that can cause a person to be fucking killed.
Right.
When you take a federal witness's picture and decapitate it and speak incendiary words, you're setting an environment saying her head should be cut off, man. Listen, man, let me calm down. The federal agents, investigators, if you read their words and all of this paperwork, they'll be explaining to the judge. The person says, for instance, I'm about that life. They'll write it there that the person said on the wiretap, I'm about that life. And then the agent in the field will say, from my experience in the field, when someone says I'm about that life for real, that means I will kill, I'll do it. That's all. And they interpret it to the judge, right?
Right.
You know that. You in the field. So you know it's about interpretation of what you saying. They got people doing 100 years in prison for saying, damn, I gotta move at least 100 packs this month. Now the person didn't say drugs, they just said 100 packs.
Right.
But they interpreted, what is 100 packs? We talking about 100 packs of Pampers? 100 packs of what? You feel me? So that freedom of speech that they rely on, that First Amendment, they're about to learn a valuable lesson. It does not grant anyone the right to put up a board with a federal judge, federal potential witnesses and witnesses. Listen to me. Kim Fox, prosecutor's judge, a judge, and point to that board and say, if I was with R. Kelly, if I was rolling with R. Kelly, wouldn't none of these motherfuckers be here right now? You know what it'll be? It'll be, I'm sorry, excuse me, I'm sorry. It'll be nothing but a pot. Now you pointing to a goddamn board with a federal judge's picture on that motherfucker, saying, if I was with R. Kelly, would none of these motherfuckers be here right now? That's a fact. You understand? How, Ms. Walker, I don't want to hold you, but I'm asking you.
You're good.
How do you go from advocating for someone that's been accused of crimes that they did not commit to committing crimes yourself? How do you go from standing out on a picket line saying this business practices racial discrimination? You out there with your signs, but then you start threatening the people inside of the goddamn business, getting their addresses and doxing them and looking for them, and I'm gonna kill you. I got $2,000 on your head. You out your motherfucking, excuse me. Listen, this is a country of laws, not a country of men, and they're about to learn it. You cannot see most of the black people that I grew up around that ended up doing time, serious time in the feds. They approached life from a niggardly perspective, okay? We told them, my OGs, I myself being up top, bro, I'm gonna give you an example. You fuck with them post office money orders, you about to do some serious. Now I know you used to going to these goddamn stores. You go over there to that post office fucking with the money orders.
Right, you better do some time. you better do some serious time.
You
That's what
about
you
to,
better do. You go
excuse me.
round and round. Oh,
Man, you about to do some serious time. Why? That's the post office. This is totally different. That's federal. You
right.
understand? That's federal. And those who understood, that took our advice, was smart, and the ones that didn't, their asses might be in there right now because they didn't understand. The brother Cavario said it on Big Face Gary's show, one of the bloggers. He said, Cavario, who had the magazine, Cavario said the one thing that always astounded me is that in my life, because he grew up top, he grew up, gangster life or whatever. And Cavario said the one thing when I think all the way back, I remember so many cats, so many females, so many dudes standing before that goddamn federal judge, those judges. And when they were reading the charges off to them and reading what the charges carry, when they got the indictments, they didn't even know that what they were doing could land them in prison for 20 to 50 years. They didn't even know it. That is a epidemic in the Black community. So Cavario says, God damn, he said, if you're going to commit crimes, at least know what penalty it carries.
Right.
That's an intelligent criminal.
That's the problem with ignorance. And unfortunately, it will extend to more than just regular life. It will extend to, ignorance of the law. Because, people just be doing stuff and don't know what the consequences of their actions are. If you're doing something wrong, you should feel that it's some kind of penalty that's gonna come, from doing that, whether it be in the law or whether it be your ass.
Exactly.
So common sense should prevail.
That's right. Growing up as a young man, I knew niggas that was moving stuff, and they knew the amount goes when you exceed that amount, you own some other shit. So they stayed up under that amount. As a child, I watched this. You feel me? They had enough sense to say, no, even if I get caught, it's not that amount. So I ain't gonna take 3 of them with me. I'm gonna take 1. That's intelligent. That's an intelligent criminal. That's an intelligent person. So these people, I'm telling you, listen to me, Ms. Walker. You know it. You work in the field. You know that it is so serious. Federal witness intimidation is serious. Those who report and are deemed witnesses for the federal government, you notice that protection around them is so sublime, is so extreme.
Yeah.
Because if you allow people to tamper with federal witnesses, guess what, Ms. Walker? If they allow it, that eats at and erodes the entire federal justice system, and you know it.
Right.
These people don't have a 95, 96, 97% conviction rate for no reason. See, that's how stupid people, when I hear that, they have a 97, 98% conviction rate. Well, most of that, most of those are pleas, right?
Right.
Okay. And they're pleased because the witnesses that were poised to testify against them, shit, they had it. It's over.
Right.
Their attorneys will tell them, whoever this is, got your ass.
Yeah.
You can take a chance
if you want to. You can gamble, or you can, pull somebody. Let me pull somebody to the side and talk on your behalf, because this is gonna be brutal. Hey, Mo. But yeah.
So the person's reading the indictment, and the attorney said, "Whoever this is, got to be your mama. This is your brother. This is somebody close to you, because they didn't told where you got your socks from." So that high percentile conviction rate is predicated on the fact that they protect their fucking witnesses, man. They protect them. It is tantamount. It is paramount. You have to protect the witnesses. So these stupid ass people form groups, sit in private chats and all of them come together and target potential federal witnesses and federal witnesses. Now, I'll say it again. A lot of people think Levi just talking. Shit, boy. Ms. Walker, you gonna cry when you read this stuff that's coming down. You might shed a tear or two, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. You might shed a tear for these people because they are so ignorant that they have committed very serious crimes, and they can come on and talk in this motherfucker Lee lie. Fuck you, Lee lie. Nigga, please. All I can say is tell it to the judge. Tell the judge that ain't his cousin. His name is Lee Lie. Stand before the judge talking about Lee lied, Asbury lied, Angela Slow. Hey, Angela Slow and Angela. Listen, they called Angelo Angela Slow, but that motherfucker won. He got. Hey, listen. How is he Angela Slow, but Robert's ass is sitting in there because of them. Angela Slow and Larry sat back and let them intimidate all goddamn day and used it to secure that man's conviction while Levi was over there sitting having intelligent, civilized conversations with him. Levi, you won't find one video of Levi attacking them young ladies, intimidating them victims, or talking after their parents, or none of that. That's why they hate me, Ms. Walker. Because it is not that I didn't do it because it was strategy. No, that's how I was raised. Let me let you go. Let me say this and I'm gone.
No, you good. You good.
I was raised. If a young girl was out on the corner selling herself, the women in my community would go get her and say, "Baby girl, what you doing? What do you need something?" And they'll let them live with them. Let me find you a job. Come live with me. Your mama got you out there like that. That's how I was raised. Right. If a man said, "Look at that little hoe," the niggas in my community would tell his, "What you just say? Man, don't be talking about that young girl like that." Right. Well, she out there selling herself. She out there. I don't give a fuck what she doing. She old enough for your daughter, man. Don't be talking to her like that. Or see, that's how I was raised, but they were raised different. They were raised to attack.
Raised at all, because I mean, you have to sit back, and some of these people, I know that they act. Well, they have the same mindset. I can't say they act the same way offline, because I would think that half of them had their ass somewhere dead or buried in the hospital somewhere, but they have the same mindset offline. And I don't know where all that ignorance come from, but it's shocking.
Yeah. And
it's shocking.
Yeah. And it's also exacerbated by the attention of social media. You follow me? It's exacerbated because of attention. They getting attention, and people, let me tell you something, all those people in their chats, you told him, Lee lie. You told all that shit. Them people ain't gonna put $1 on their books when their ass get in there.
Right. They will cheer your ass on. Oh, we love. This we the best. We your number one. But baby, when you peel that book back, they ain't got $1 on there. They ain't saying shit to the family. Ain't sent a card or email, nothing. And want to talk shit about somebody else. Like what? What are you talking about?
That's right.
You right here, the #1 champion on YouTube? Fuck YouTube.
That's right. That's right. Exactly.
YouTube ain't shit. YouTube don't mean shit.
Let me tell you something.
A fucking troublemaker.
If I was one of Young Dolph's parents, FBG Duck's parents, King Bond's parents, and the list goes on and on and on. If I was those rappers' parents, all of them could come together and sue the fuck out of YouTube, Instagram. Do you know how many lives YouTube has cost? They've cost a lot of lives because in the black sector of YouTube, they allow them to threaten, and I'm gonna kill you, and I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do that. And at the end of the day, I don't know a person I was raised up with or around that you can threaten and they take it lightly or play with you. When you go inside of your mind and your heart and it's that deep with you, Miss Walker, I've been threatened by people that don't even know my cousin. Can you imagine that? I've been threatened by people that don't even know him. Does that make sense to you? I know the man personally, you threatening me, goddamn, as if he's gonna embrace you. I'm telling you, that man can walk in a room with 100 people. And if I point this one, he gotta go, she gotta go. He'll tell his security, follow Levi and put their asses up out of here. That man knows me as a noble man. He knows me as a decent man. So I want to say this again, restate that I don't have a problem with Shabazz. It's not about Shabazz. It's about that crucial area and the deception that I am now accusing him of. That's deceiving. If you had a role in it, he could be absolutely innocent. I'm not saying he did it, but at the same time, that's serious, man. To take this young lady and then show that to Azriel, and then she flips, and now she's a star witness. And I would never say anything to discourage or encourage, or I don't get involved in that. I don't get involved in Azriel or any federal witness fine against someone. I would never. That's the wheels of justice. Let that go. I don't mess around in that. Okay, I got better sense. I've never, ever tried to speak with Azriel, tried to say things to her father or Larry that would influence anything. I'm not crazy. But I'll tell you this again, Ms. Walker. A lot of these people are going to prison for a celebrity that they don't even damn know. That's what's sad about it. That's what's sad. And I'll say it again. Put Harvey Weinstein and Jeff Epstein and those white alleged female victims in the place of Azriel and them. And you tell me that that what they did wouldn't be addressed assertively. And I'll say it because I've said it before. Yes, I am the key instrumental factor in making sure that those people do their damn job. Making sure that they do their job. Now, does that make me a snitch or well, you trying to get black people locked up? I ain't trying to get black people locked up. I warned them. You may have seen it back then. I'm saying, what y'all doing? Y'all can't be attacking these witnesses. Goddamn, if I'm warning you and you want to attack me and threaten my life, what I'm gonna do? What I'm gonna do? That man sat in prison for years because of what they were doing. Illegally taping Demetrius Smith and all of these things being reported to the court. So they're upset with me because I documented it. I sat back and watched it. How can you be upset, any of you be upset with me because of what you did? Imagine that. You're upset with me because I refuse to stoop to a level where I'm attacking young ladies, doxing them, attacking their business interests, anything I can do. That is called terrorism. You let, Ms. Walker, let me tell you what fuels me and upsets me so much. I knew then, as I know now, that if Robert had been allowed to have his day in court untampered with, his attorneys not associating themselves with these goddamn terrorists, if he had a thorough judicial process, he would have walked out of that courtroom in flying colors because they didn't have nothing on him. They didn't.
No, and when you say they ain't have nothing, now wait a minute, what do you mean by that?
I say, hold on. We say, Ms. Walker, you say, hold on.
What do you mean by they ain't have nothing now? Because you know they had,
Yes, ma'am.
A whole bunch of evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
In every case, every indictment is an allegation until it's proven. So they
Yes,
had some a whole bunch of evidence, but
yes, ma'am.
if you arguing if it was sufficient enough to go to the jury, then that's another, another argument. Whether, like J-Bo is saying, her argument is that the evidence wasn't sufficient enough that a reasonable jury would make a decision.
Yes,
That's a
ma'am.
different argument.
And I misspoke. I get passionate sometimes. When I say they didn't have nothing on him, it's kind of like somebody handcuffing Michael Jordan's arms or tying his hands up, and he has to shoot with his hands tied up. And what I was saying is that if you untie his hands, you ain't got nothing on him on the court. You follow me? That's all I was saying.
Right.
You got him out there with one shoe and his hands tied up, right? So what I was saying in essence is that Robert's legal hands were tied when he was denied bond. Had he been able to sit at home, confer with his attorneys, recollect, go through his own files, go to his storage, extract things that could prove his innocence as it pertains to places, times, people, he would have been at an advantage. And if they did not have that witness intimidation, these strangers, these terrorists out here interfering in his case, that's what I mean. They didn't have nothing on him. It would have been a much easier fight in New York. And I believe that he would have walked out of there with flying colors. That's exactly what I meant. But yeah, what they had on him, like I would agree with Miss Bonjean, and that is a bunch of bad acts, i.e. things that most people would deem immoral. Yes, I'm not going to sit up and say they didn't have nothing on him. But I will say that it did not rise to what they had exaggerated it to be. That's all I'm saying,
Okay.
Yes, I want to clear that up. Yes, ma'am. I wanted to clear that up. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
No, because I hear a lot of people that say that, and they mean exactly that. They didn't have no evidence. I'm like, oh no, you can't say that. I mean, they might, I don't know what case you're paying attention to, because I mean they had pretty much evidence and every type of evidence that you could find, but now whether if you say if it's sufficient enough, then that's a different argument.
Let me ask you a question. Let me probe your legal mind here. Listen. I want you to imagine if Azriel was a day over 18 when she came in contact with Robert. What would those charges have looked like?
Oh, a day over 18. Let's see.
When she first came in contact with him.
Right.
Tell me what the charges had read. What would they look like?
Okay, so they got so under racketeering, under that RICO Act, they got him for that the Mann Act up under there. Was that one of the charges?
Yes.
I think her charges was related to the STD. I think she had they have a charge for sexual abuse. Is that one of them? Y'all, Club Blue, is that one of them? Sexual abuse.
Is it sexual abuse of a minor or just sexual abuse?
That's what I'm trying. That you read my mind, because that's what I'm trying to think. I don't know if it was of a minor or is it just straight sexual abuse.
See, that's a good conversation for a live, but we can put the paperwork. You feel me?
Yeah.
That's a good conversation right there, because I want to separate the 17 from the 18, and then I want to know what they got.
Good. Yeah, that's a good argument. Let me write that down, Uncle Levi. We could have
yes, ma'am. Yes,
that
ma'am.
would be, since Azriel is such a focus for some reason, we could really find out what it would look like without her.
Yes, ma'am. Are you available this evening?
Oh yeah, I am.
Okay, I'm gonna go live. We could discuss that and the text messages around 7 or 8. I'll post a live, and we'll have because I want to pull the paperwork also, and I want to differentiate and extract and compartmentalize as far as the 17-18 dynamic, because that's going to be a very interesting live when we look at it from that perspective. But in order to even suggest looking at it from that perspective, you have to have some damn intelligence. You follow me? With all due respect, these people couldn't even think of what I just thought of because they're too busy attacking, and your dog head this and F you and I'll kill you. And that. Come on, bro. Stop it. This is a legal,
Yeah.
intellectual playing field that we're on. That's going to be
Yeah.
interesting. I'm looking forward
That
to it, Ms.
would.
Walker.
That would be. Now remember that you got to give me a sneak peek. Now, what I do with the text messages? What did I do with the text messages? I went. You know, I had to. I went through the paperwork, and I was like, wait a minute. And you know what? I think it was Girl Melanie or somebody. I don't want to get a credit wrong, but somebody left me a message and said that they kind of feel like the mother was telling her how to perform. That's a good way of looking at it too. It's telling her how to perform. What did you say that you disagree? What was your disagreement with what I said with regards to the text message?
I'll give you a sneak peek out so you'll know what area, because I don't want to catch you off guard. As it pertains to, and I want to touch on that area, your willingness to give the mother the benefit of the doubt in a sense where you injected into it, well, though it could have been jokingly, and that's why I want to discuss.
Oh,
I want to go through it. So I want to. We're going to go through that, and we're going to go through the 17, 18-year-old dynamic. So you'll be on the. Now, let me say this before I go. I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, you could ask Brother JoJo if this is true or not. As you know, Ms. Walker, when I go live, and I want to say this to Brother JoJo, I'm very skeptical of who I let in because I don't know the names. You know that, Ms. Walker. Everybody be live like, where are you in Terry? I don't know. So I don't know if this occurred or not, but perhaps because I'm always respectful to Brother JoJo as well as yourself. It's possible. I thought back on. I said, Brother JoJo never come in my lives, and I said, well, maybe there was an instance where he came in and I didn't let him in because I didn't know who he was. But just so if he's listening to this and you can explain this to him, he's always welcome on my channel. He's always respectful. I respect his pristine intelligence because he's like myself, 1 foot in, 1 foot out. He has insurmountable a lot of knowledge of the world, and he has that street knowledge. You feel me? That's how I was raised. So let him know if that occurred, charge it to my mind and not my heart that it could have occurred. Because I get emails from people saying, you didn't let me in, but I didn't know who they were, and I don't open up my platform to none of the terrorists. You feel me? So just explain that to the brother, and if he wants to ever come in, I don't have no problem with that. You know, I don't, you know? So just let him know that, and I'm looking forward to this live tonight. I really am, because this is going to be very educational.
That'd be good. Yeah. No, you know, Lord JoJo thinks highly of you. You know, he always talk about Levi. You know, and you know, it's not many people that around here that you can kind of connect with, you know, on all levels. You know what I'm saying? And it not be a bunch of old ratty type, you know, BS or whatever that ends up as the result. You know what I'm talking about? You can just have a civilized, even you can have a civilized disagreement, and it won't, you know, get all crazy over your opinion about R. Kelly. It's just not that serious. I'm like, what is going on? It's just not that serious, you know. And you know, I know how people could and you know, sometimes I have to applaud you because you sit and take a lot of the R. Kelly, you know, bash, the name calling. You take a lot and you handle it, you know, real civilized. Some people don't. And you know, some people don't have, some people, they just, they click off and click on. They just go crazy, you know, any type of bashing. If I be like, Lord have mercy. Sometimes I be sitting back like, what is going on? But, yeah, and I was like, well, I was Levi's one of the ones that take it, you know, take it pretty well. A lot of the name calling, but some people don't.
Well, imagine if, see, I laugh at it because I know him personally, right?
Yeah.
And I do. And I've always laughed at it and said, oh, whatever. I know this nigga. Okay, the gay thing. Ask yourself, why did they come with the gay thing at the very start of trial? They dropped that bomb. This was all a propaganda driven thing. And now, oh, we got some gay. Oh, it's gay guys too that's involved, brother. Let me tell you. So I told them niggas, I said, let me tell you something. If my cousin gay, everybody gay. That nigga loves women. Okay, and when I can hear people blurt out these rumors and lies and stuff, I could just laugh at it because I know this dude and I know what he's capable of and what he's not capable of. Okay, is he controlling? You goddamn right. That's a controlling man. I told the story one time. I was taking a picture with one of my females, and we started there taking a picture. She said, "Can we get a picture? Can I get a picture?" I said, "He said, yeah." And we standing there at the club taking a picture. And I'm standing there, and she's standing on my right. He's standing, and he said, hold on. He said, wait. The person who was taking the picture, I ain't gonna say that person's name, but I know who took the picture. And he said, no. You stand right here, and no, you stand right here. He's directing the goddamn taking of a picture. And after when we left the club, she was like, damn, it took him 10 minutes to take the picture. He's like that, where he directs. You feel me? He wants it picture perfect. You feel me? It's like, we laughed about it. It took about 5-6 minutes though for him to get the picture. Like, no, you stand here. You stand, no. Okay, you get in the middle. You stand over here. Turn your face to turn this. My goddamn. All we try to do is take a picture, but that's him. So that he being a perfectionist, to most people, they would see that as being controlling. He's a perfectionist. I'm not going to chance you walking around my goddamn house with a cell phone or a recording device. So yes, he's going to manage his area where he's at. That's just who he is. And the other celebrities, Diddy and all of them do that shit. Chris Brown and them do that shit. You ain't seen no pictures of no chick at Chris Brown's house sitting there on just taking pictures and all through Chris Brown's house. None of them allow that, but they want to put it on him.
They'll take the SIM card from you or something like that. Or, they do all that type of stuff.
That man allowed people. He let people record at his concerts. You can see all his concerts on YouTube. He didn't say no cell phones. A lot of them artists, they got a device where they in the arena. You can't even get no cell phone reception. You can't record because they got a device. Either they'll make you check your cell phone in, or they'll do both. Where it's a device where you can't even record if you wanted to. He never did that. Now let me say this: there's a lot of things that have occurred on your show that people don't really acknowledge, and that is this: a lot of moments on your show I will remember for the rest of my life as it pertains to Rob and this whole situation. I have been saying for 3 years now, for 2 years at least, that not all, but the majority of the R. Kelly audience, those who follow the terrorists, are just, they're not, I don't want to say nothing bad about them, but I'll say that they are not informed as they should be. I'll put it to you like that. Man, I had to pull my truck over to the side of the road the other day when JoJo asked the people about John Brown. It blew me away. I told people about it. I said, this man asked them about John Brown and they didn't know who John Brown, the abolitionist, was.
I definitely didn't know. I raised my I definitely didn't know.
Hey, you tried to progress the conversation, and JoJo said, "Hold on, wait, none of y'all know what John Brown is." and then you went on to another point. He said, "No, back up." He said it again. Whoa, back! I can't believe that nobody know who John Brown is, and that speaks volumes to that man's scholarship. This is someone I studied as a child, John Brown. This is the one. John Brown's picture should be on every black wall in America.
Oh, okay.
But when we grew up, you had pictures of what's his name? President Kennedy, John F.
Yeah.
Kennedy, and his brother Robert Kennedy was on every black person's mantle
Yeah.
in the hood. But both John Kennedy and Robert Kennedy were white elitists who were born wealthy. And while they relied upon the the black vote, they didn't have no love for black people, genuine love. They did not. It was all political with them. They were born wealthy with silver spoons in their mouths, even though their father, which JoJo people should know this, some do, was a bootlegger, which is equivalent back then to a drug dealer. They rose up through that illegal activity, and they were wealthy, and they didn't give a damn. And proof of that is that it wasn't John F. Kennedy that signed the civil rights legislation into law.
Right.
It was Johnson. So
Johnson,
John F.
yeah.
Kennedy was paying lip service to black people and not really doing anything. But Lyndon Johnson did. But when you look back then, as a child, my mother used to talk about it, because I would listen to Malcolm X as a real young man, and Malcolm X talked about it, how it was all hypocrisy, that John F. Kennedy didn't give a damn about black people. And my mother used to say to me when I became a teenager, she would say, man, she said, Levi, she said, I remember back then when Malcolm X was saying that, and it was true. She said, but we didn't know it. She said, but that man was speaking the truth, that John F. Kennedy didn't give a damn about black people, and he was being attacked for that. He was attacked for speaking the truth about the hypocrisy of John F. Kennedy. But John Brown, if you study John Brown as an abolitionist going and freeing black slaves, he was such a human being that the white abolitionists who were with him after they would free the slaves and get them up north, they didn't want to sit and eat with the black people. They would go eat in another quarter. John Brown said to them, what's y'all fucking problem? Wait a minute. He said, hold on. We out here risking our life to save these people, and you trying to tell me you don't want to sit and eat with them? John Brown and his sons, his kids sat and ate with them black people and everything. He was one of the true human beings, white human beings, whose actions were divine, basically. And he was a God-loving man. He was a sincere friend to black people. But guess what? Jojo asked the question about John Brown, and most of us, which is no one's fault, but most of us don't know, because why? The media does not promote John Brown. The media does not promote his story. That man gave his life, him and his sons. And guess what? What Jojo will tell you, I ain't got to tell you who sold him out and snitched on him, right?
Oh,
I ain't got to tell you. You damn right.
Wow.
It was a nigga.
Wow.
A nigga.
Wow.
A nigga.
Wow. You know, I told JoJo straight up, you know, I'm 25% other. So listen, I'm not other white. So I tell him straight up, listen, you on when we on them conversations about the fight the power and all that, you on your own, honey. Because I got white teachings, and when I
Right.
sang all them white songs and stuff like that, and I be saying that I said R. Kelly know these songs because these are songs, you know, from we learn from the chorus and stuff like that. But I can't hardly complete a R. Kelly. I can't complete a R. Kelly song. He be like, Lord have mercy. He be like, just Lord have mercy. He's like, boy, you sheltered. I sure can't. All I can sing in the Easter parade and all of that. But Joe,
Right.
you know, and I told him, I said, honey, all that fight the power stuff, now you on your own with that conversation. You can have the flow, because I ain't gonna say nothing. I don't know nothing about it. If it ain't got nothing to do with Martin Luther King, I don't know nothing about it.
Right. And that is such a good balance. I hear you and JoJo's exchange. Let me say this. My two past relationships that were the most beautiful relationships, the women that I was with were not into that. They did not know You know, a lot, you know, they were not into the black struggle, the whole black liberation thing. And it made for a good relationship because, you know, you want that balance. You want someone that can even challenge you. And I see that with you and JoJo a lot, where he'll challenge you, you will challenge him. And that's what it's about. I'm done when I say this, y'all. If you put some clothes in a washing machine and those clothes just sit there and there's no agitation, there's no movement, the clothes are not going to get clean. But when you have a balance where people are challenging you and there's agitation, there's friction, and there's moving, now the clothes can get clean. You feel me? And that's how life is. You don't want someone that's going to agree with you all the time. You know, you want someone that's going to challenge and think outside the box and challenge you on what your beliefs are in order to, and this is why I'm so strong when it comes to these areas, because I've been debating all my life. You understand? I love a challenge. You feel me? That's all I was doing was challenging Shabazz. It ain't nothing personal. Put your cards on the table. Let's go, you know? So I'm looking forward this evening, Ms. Walker, and we'll have that conversation around the 18, 17 dynamic and the text messages. And you have a wonderful day.
All right, Levi. Thank you for popping up. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye. Well, y'all, I got to figure out what happened to Johnny Depp. Poor Johnny Depp. Yes. You know, you always want people also that you can learn something from. When I tell you can learn something from anybody that got some damn sense, and anybody that's decent, you can learn something from. You know, when I tell y'all that I'm still friends with all my gangbanging friends and all of that, even though they was out there, they decent. They ain't like decent motherfuckers around here. These scared motherfuckers, all they do want to talk shit on the tube, want to go live and shit. But offline, they're a different motherfucking animal. But you wanna, I always like to stay in the company of people that I can learn something from. You know, and when one live we was having up here and JoJo was talking and we said, before he had decided to click the link and come over, and then what kept him coming back. And I'm not bragging on myself. That's not what I'm doing. I'm just saying, I'm just giving an example of what he said. Because he said this on live. He said that he thought that I had a beautiful mind. He was attracted to my mind. And he said that, I was well traveled. And that doesn't mean that I've been, traveled places, here and there. It's just that, I've been different places that put me in an environment which I could learn, sometimes from the best that's in that room or in that position. So, I mean, and he could explain that more, but you always want to be around people, somebody got to have a pretty good mind, right? You can't be around just bullshit and the dummies and all that day in and day out, day in and day out. You got people that don't do nothing but sit up and get high all day. What the fuck good is that? What are you learning and what are you teaching? And to teach somebody something, that doesn't have to be your profession. So I always welcome anybody with a decent mind. I don't give a damn what their standpoint is. Long as they ain't come up here worshiping the devil, I can deal. I'm good on that. I'm good. So I like that. I like having those type of conversations. I don't like all that shit. Me don't promote a lot of things, but y'all probably ain't 80 people that speak about it. Me. Right. I had never heard of the guy. Never in my life. I didn't know who he was talking about. Shit. I really didn't. I really didn't know. Real quick, y'all, let me find, I gotta pull up that, because it was a video that I wanted to play with, about Azriel that Miss Margaret had found. You know, Miss Margaret, my old paralegal, and I wanted to play it. So I told you I would never, I would bring the shit over from the other channel over here, so I'll never leave no shit out. But let me see what happened to Johnny Depp. See what's going on with that. So I'll make sure I peek back in there, because he's supposed to take that goddamn stand. And we gonna, shit. Hey. Nah, we do. Hold on. Court TV. Ooh. I don't know why I'm sleepy, y'all. Let me see. I should have played the stuff, the calls and stuff that I'm using for the giveaway. And the giveaway it's not gonna be just for Club Blue. It's gonna be for, it comes over. Let me see what Court TV is doing about Johnny Depp.
Places. I do, right? Almost every time he leaves his property, he's being driven.
Hold on. I don't know what the hell is going on. Let me see what's going on with this Facebook stream. Oh, y'all, give me a minute. But anyway, okay, well, what is going on with this live? Okay, hold on. Court TV still saying he's gonna testify. I'll bring Court TV up, but I just didn't wanna string from their ass. So let me bring this. Like I said, I meant to show you this video. The live I did when I was talking about those damn text messages.
Right? I don't remember how much they had to drink, no. I know there was drinking.
I didn't bring it up. I'm gonna try to stream this Johnny Depp case as many times as I can during the day. I want to just do something different. You know, I don't give a shit about how many people in here. You know, I don't give a shit about that. Trying to find that live where it is. I'm coming. I'm coming. Oh my gosh. What the hell? Ugh. But it was law and crime. This shit taking too long. I'm coming. I want to show y'all this video before I damn forget. Fucking video. I mean, are you serious? It's crazy. I'm coming, y'all. I ain't running the front. I'm coming now. Shit. But y'all, I've been binge watching while I'm waiting for this video up. I've been binge watching that damn Love After Lockup. Baby. These new characters. That damn the auntie and all of that. See, I fooling around with y'all. I missed all of that. The auntie and all this him. He crazy as hell. Wait a minute. That damn video. Where is the fucking video? I can't believe I can't find this damn video. Find this fucking video. It's crazy. Is this it? What is this fucking video? Okay, I think this is it. Wait a minute. I think this is it.
About being forced to eat feces as women were
Yeah, this is it. Okay. All right. I had never seen it. If this would stop going around in circles. I had never seen this video before. So I found it. I'm going to show y'all just a piece of this. Y'all can tell me if y'all seen this before. Because Miss Margaret found this. I don't know where this lady found this video. Okay, let me play this real quick.
Straight ahead on Law and Crime Daily. R. Kelly's ex-girlfriend faces cross-examination. The horrifying testimony about being forced to eat feces as women were allegedly locked in the singer's home.
They did not know a world without R. Kelly in it because of the limitations that he placed on them.
And the former school resource officer during the Parkland shooting will have to stand trial. His attorney responding, as parents say the officer hid during the massacre.
Everything he did was meant to save lives.
Plus, the man who was the naked baby on Nirvana's breakthrough album is suing the band. The now 30-year-old calling the cover image child pornography. And later,
I don't kill a lot.
Robert Durst's 50th day on trial. The real estate heir facing more rounds of cross-examination by the prosecution.
I stolen for time, I'm in jail.
Law and Crime Daily covering court cases from coast to coast. Welcome everyone to Law and Crime Daily. I'm Brian Buckmeyer along with Terry Austin. We begin with day 6 of R. Kelly's sex crimes trial. R. Kelly's former girlfriend, identified only as Jane Doe number 5, described years of abuse. Now, she's faced cross-examination by Kelly's defense. While Jane Doe 5 said on direct that R. Kelly forced her to lie to others about being with him, the defense tried to attack her credibility through the letters she wrote. In those letters, Jane, as she's not using her real name, defended R. Kelly and said that her family was using her to get money from R. Kelly and destroy his career. Jane read letters to the jury that she wrote to her family while she was living with R. Kelly as one of his girlfriends. In one letter, she accuses her mother of telling Kelly he needs to send $10,000 to a bank account monthly for sleeping with her daughter. The defense tried to drive home the idea that Jane and her family were using R. Kelly for his money. But on redirect, Jane told the jury that the letters were R. Kelly's idea to protect him in case of a trial like this one. The prosecution ended redirect with a fury of questions about getting STDs from Kelly, being told to write false letters, being forced to have sex with other females and a male, and chastisement or spankings, all from R. Kelly. So why would a woman want to stay with R. Kelly during the time of the alleged abuse? Terry Austin spoke with a clinical psychologist to explain.
Dr. Catherine Coleman told me R. Kelly likely targeted his victims for a reason, finding vulnerable people to control.
Really, all of them were aspiring singers. And so they see R. Kelly as this, really this celebrity, this guy who's really started and was able to make Aaliyah into the performer and celebrity that she was. And there's this hope that he can do the same thing for them. And so That's probably quite a bit of what keeps them in this relationship of, if I just stick it out a little bit longer, I can be famous too.
Exactly. We saw that Jane Doe number 5, she testified and she actually said that he physically abused her, that she got cuts from being spanked by him, that she was made to urinate in a cup and even eat feces. That sort of behavior is extreme. What would make someone continue even after that sort of behavior?
Well, you see this a lot in the cycle of abuse, whether it's with domestic violence, is that there's oftentimes this, we call it this honeymoon or this princess period that keeps people sticking around, is that they suffer abuse and then afterwards the abuser provides them with something. He really kept them isolated and he took care of them financially and made sure that they had shelter over their heads. This really restricts their freedom and their ability to even think of a life without him. So this is going to keep them in that cycle of abuse.
Joining us today is legal analyst Dina Dahl and Terry Austin.
Had y'all ever seen that? Had y'all ever seen that particular media clip? Because I had never seen that one. They have one in there with the Santi that I never seen either. I know it's old, but I had never seen it. And Miss Margaret, when I did the live on the other channel, because we were talking about the text messages, and she was trying to get some foundation and some basis, because all 3 of the attorneys that was in there said that we still have to wait for more information to come to some conclusion whether they are legitimate or not, because they weren't authenticated, right? But outside of that, I did additional thinking, and that's when I came up with, I believe that those text messages were real. This is my opinion. And I believe that a portion of it was, the mother was joking, because it was a lot of laughing my ass off, LOL, going back and forth. Somebody, and I don't know who it was, left me a message, and they said they thought the text messages were, who is calling me? Get your ass off here. Calling me. Thought the text messages was the mother instructing the daughter on how to perform. That's another good idea. And I love how everyone forms opinions over here, especially the common sense ones and ones that's built off of some type of foundation, some type of evidence fact. You're just not screaming out shit without no type of nothing. Just in fact lying or whatever, not giving a common sense reason as to what you come up with. You don't have an axe to grind. You don't have, you're just coming up with something that makes sense, that will kind of explain the text messages and the nature of them. Stop calling my goddamn phone. That's why I don't like. Hold on. I'll cut you right on off. How about I do that? That's just what I think. That's the first time for you? Yeah, Miss Margaret, she found that. And she's the one that when we were in there, she had read that, was reading that portion of that acquittal, right? The motion for acquittal. And when she was reading it, she read the extortion thing, and I was like, wait a minute, where are you reading, Miss Margaret? And she was like, I'm reading the footnote. And I was like, that's when I was like, oh, the extortion was referring to referring to testimony, not those text messages or anything else. They were referring to the testimony, some testimony. So I was like, oh, Miss Margaret called us dumb. You're talking about how many lawyers do you need in here to catch something? Yeah, she gave it to us because we was looking like, baby, huh? Go ahead on, Miss Margaret. But yeah. Yeah, so well, Keith, he has his rights to take the time. You know what I'm saying? To take the time to take the stand or not. Ooh, child, Lord. I'm trying, y'all. I'm trying. Let me look at some of these comments. Let me see some characters. Dog. I'm about time to take a nap on my lunch break. Hey, y'all, perfect time for lunchtime fuckery. What lunchtime fuckery take? Oh, hey, Keith, what's going on? Yet no text or anything else to back up those letters. I don't know. Jake, do you want to expound on the lunchtime fuckery? Give me strength, Jesus. Give me strength today and tomorrow. Give me strength, Lord. I don't know. I'm trying. Now let me go check on oh, okay, because there ain't nobody up here with me right now, so
Systems, including like the outdoor camera systems, including like the outdoor camera.
I'm gonna have to develop me a little prayer. I don't know how
Whether I'm at the house and my laptop or not.
How that prayer gonna go? Because it'll be counterproductive if the prayer is full of cuss words. So I don't know how that's gonna work out. I'm trying. So let me check on Johnny Gap. Let me check on Johnny. Check on Johnny Depp. As much as I try to get away from R. Kelly, got big old Johnny Depp.
It's time to ask why. Introducing a new point of view. Yours. Music. Watch free.
This man literally goes to the strip club. He claims that he likes their rings. You have good food. I had to shave all my hair off. This is what she wanted. I'm trying to understand this mess.
Hold on, let me see if I can put this up here so I can watch it from here. Because I don't want to miss Johnny Depp.
Play your favorite songs. Watch for free on Musi TV.
But Miss Mo, I've been trying to
Free movie.
good.
Find
I've
the
been
musical
trying to be
news that
good.
inspires you.
I've been trying, baby, trying. Ooh.
Watch for free on Musi TV.
Free Movie Channel has
I
something
even
for
got
everyone.
Johnny Depp
With no
running.
subscription.
Well, I mean, what else can I do? Lord have mercy.
Find your new favorite.
Relies on one thing. We shall have to prove it by other means. Every
BS
crime.
will always find, but see now when I go click back now, when I goes off, I'm I ain't supposed to be doing that.
See where the evidence leads us. Murdoch Mysteries. Fridays and all weekend. Only on Ion Plus.
I lost my feed from damn Facebook because that's where I wanted the feed from.
3,200 now.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Joy Limnackern in for Julie Grant this afternoon. It is a huge day here on Court TV as actor Johnny Depp is expected to take the witness stand in his defamation trial against ex-wife Amber Heard. Of course, this legal battle has seen the lives of
I
these
know
two
that was his
A-listers on
ex-wife.
full display, and Depp's anticipated testimony certainly no exception here. Depp is suing Heard for $50 million in a Fairfax County, Virginia court over a 2018 Washington Post op-ed in which Heard wrote about her experience with domestic abuse. Depp has vehemently denied abusing Heard and accused her of making up the allegations against him to get a hefty divorce settlement. Now, Court TV legal correspondent Chanley Painter is live now in Fairfax County, Virginia, where, of course, Chanley, you've been following the very latest on this trial. And less than an hour from right now in that courthouse where you are, that is when we're actually going to hear from Johnny Depp himself.
That's right, Joy, and you can feel the anticipation from outside to. Johnny Depp is expected to take the stand this afternoon. Some a little disappointed it hadn't already happened, but what a day it's been already inside the courtroom. I was there when both sides walked in. Now, again, the line to enter this courtroom before court starts is all the way down the hallway to the elevators when you get off on the 5th floor. These are fans from near and far who arrived early to have a wristband, to have access to this courtroom, very large courtroom. But again, you can see Amber Heard arriving. Everything kind of goes quiet. In the gallery, like, oh, what'd you for hair?
Okay, well I don't know if he's gonna take the stand. See, when you say this evening, what the hell do you mean? Like, right now we're on this afternoon. You've been following T-Bam, you've been following the case? Oh, okay. I'll pin the link. I'll turn it to open. Just be, are you still in here? Just be, listen. I'm trying hard as I can try. I'm telling you. I know y'all be wanting to go live and stuff like that, and that's good. But these people drain the fuck out of me. I'm just be honest. It ain't fun. I'm not interested. I want to talk to new people or somebody with some goddamn sense. Some decent people, not no bunch of liars and all that kind of crazy shit. Scorn motherfuckers you don't know scorn. All that. I really don't want to do all that. I got Johnny Depp running. God damn. Shit. Oh. I think if I can pin Levi down to a schedule or something, I much rather go and sit up there and talk to him. Not wrong with y'all. I ain't talking about y'all, but I'm just saying. I'm trying to get in the mood. I am. The best I can. Because, I'm talking to you now because, I talk to you offline. But I'm just saying, I'm trying. Shit. Oh, happy birthday, Cotton Candy. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. We supposed to be celebrating birthdays every month. Shit, I forgot. I be forgetting to do it. So, Cotton Candy, if you want to share your Cash App or whatever, you can. All they saying is Johnny Depp is soon to testify. Yeah, we need an ETA. Oh, I'm not that fucking in here. Hold on. You said at 2 p.m., Jennifer, that's when he's going to come on? What is that? Hey, Cotton Candy, can you check your Cash App? I sound drained. I don't know why. I don't know why. Okay. At 2.
And really effective coming across in the courtroom. Elaine Redhoff. There were moments where the jurors would really look down and take notes, especially when she.
Huh? Cotton Candy, did you get it? Let me get me a soda, so maybe I can help me out, help my mood out. Get me a soda. Get the soda. Ooh. Okay, now where is the damn thing? Oh. I know what I could do. I could play the calls that I'm going to use for some of the calls I'm going to use for the giveaway. When I give it away. Oh. Hold on, let me see what this is. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's keep.
I know who it is.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Hold on,
You
hold
can
on. I
hear
got
me?
echo. Yeah, I had my YouTube on at the same time, so I had to turn it off.
What's going on, lady?
What y'all talking about? I'm just chilling. What y'all talking about? I'm just chilling. Hello to the chat.
Child,
Hello.
I'm trying. I was trying to
listening.
talk about. I was talking about Johnny Depp, child.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to talk. I was talking about Johnny Depp.
Well, hold on 1 second. I'll be right back.
Y'all, I even looked again to see if I could do like a members only thing, but to set the price at 0, they won't even let you do that. I'm like, damn. So I was thinking about this. What if I create another channel for y'all?
Why you want to create another channel? I kind of missed it because I had stepped away. Like, why you want to create another channel?
Because I don't want to go to jail.
Oh,
Be honest, I don't want to go to jail. I just
you
want
doing?
people in that I just want in. What?
What are you doing? What is going on? What?
I find myself going to jail, baby. It ain't worth it.
We all
it
going to
is. It
jail.
will
We
be,
all,
but
girl, we all going to jail. Anybody that spoke against R. Kelly, we all going to jail. We going to jail. We
no,
getting
I'm going to jail
sued.
for a
I
whole
know I'm
nother
getting
reason.
sued. Yeah, I'm getting sued as well. So yeah. Such is life. Yeah, we
No,
getting sued, y'all. We getting you. Oh, Angie, your ass definitely getting lawsuit. So you can just.
They gonna. But here's the thing. But I'm a fair bitch, and I stand behind all my actions and everything I do. I uphold them. I stand behind the shit. So listen, if I'm gonna give you something to sue me for. That's one thing about me. I'm gonna give you something to sue me for. You best believe that. I'm gonna earn that lawsuit.
See, first of all, listen. I know there's people keeps trials coming up next. Oh, child. I'm definitely going to trial for the shit I did for 3 years. Definitely going to be on trial. I need to.
What you mean? I don't like us. I
don't
do
like us
like
no more.
majority of y'all. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Then why would I be trying? I'm trying to find another goddamn outlet because I don't want to get brand new with the other channel and be like, fuck it. Have me listen, and me and JoJo be up in there.
Well, this is what we can do.
Talking relevant shit with people that got some good damn sense. How about that? I'm trying to find another thing. I just figured it out. I'll do another channel. Y'all give me your email. I send you the link. But can't I put it on private? Can't you just send it to the people you want to send the link to?
Well, if you have to keep it like that, I will say it's better if you do because I'm sorry. It's best that you keep us separate from it. I told you that.
Oh yeah. No, I'm keeping it separate because, baby, I wish your motherfucker would come in there with that bullshit. Because when I tell you, I won't be the only one lighting your motherfucking ass up. Listen, not my friends, my family, my colleagues and shit. Hell no. I'm keeping it separate. They won't know about this shit over here. And y'all won't know about that shit over there. No, we're not.
Exactly.
We're not. No. And the only thing I sent that original live that we were in Google, I sent that to the 2 people. And then I dropped the other live, the link to the other YouTube channel. But other than no ma'am. We are actually talking. I mean, the people that's either for or against R. Kelly, they actually are come up with pretty good reasons why they either for or against. Not no bullshit. It's shit you can really entertain. You got all type of people that still active, on the like that work for the state, work for the feds. I had 2 other lawyers in there. I mean, shit. We was cooking. I had my old legal assistant and that was telling us about our ass. Hell, it was, but we had a good time. I had almost 350 people in there, but those are people I know, my friends and stuff, and people I work with and things of that nature. Girl, I wouldn't dare. Huh? Girl, it'd be some shit. I'm trying to keep it separate.
Yeah, with this sector, you have to keep it separate.
You got to keep it separate.
You got to keep it separate because if we all look at the experience, it's just crazy that you can't discuss the case without people getting into their emotions. I mean, I got my emotions, but when I say my emotions, it ain't like what some of these supporters were. I'll tell you that. But to be honest, what is there to talk about in this case? In R. Kelly's case, I mean, what's going to happen is, and Empress, she said it best on Divas Channel. They're going to exhaust all their resources, with appeals and everything. He's going to keep appealing. It's going to keep getting denied. That's just the way I see it. That's my opinion. But I'm just looking at patterns and stuff. It's going to be denied. And just for what I read, it's really not much to talk about until June 16th, Citizen Day. We're going to be celebrating. Celebrate good times. Come on.
Yeah, June 6th. Oh, 16. Damn, that's what? 2 more. That's 2 months, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was trying to get that delayed.
That's a long way.
And Diane's like, get your ass out here. You better be there on June 16th. I ain't playing with you. You getting on my motherfucking nerves with this bullshit.
Yeah.
That's what Ann Donnelly's saying.
In her response, her ruling on that reconsideration, and Ann Donnelly was kind of she was kind of, I don't know what to say. She was like she was tired of something. Like she was tired of all this paperwork going back and forth. Yeah.
No, because there's a part in her motion. I'm trying to look it up now. Okay. This was the part that everybody, including me, said how she was being just petty as hell. She said defense counsel also cites her schedule as an additional reason for a lengthy adjournment. The court recognizes that counsel has other professional obligations, as all lawyers do, including lawyers who work for the government. Counsel filed her notice of appearance in October 2021, fully aware of the scheduled citizen date.
Right, that was in Ann Donnelly's, right? That's what Ann Donnelly put out, right?
Yes. No, how about the footnote? Wait, it was something here. Wait, hold on. What did she say? Okay, now I'm missing it because I don't past it. No, I'm laughing because it's
you're right.
It's the
you're
way
right,
she.
T-Bam.
It's the way she's writing her motions, and and see, by Jean, she let her know supporters put the battery in her back. She's sitting up there selling wolf tickets. Calm down, shorty. That's government. We ain't gonna do all of that.
Right. She I could like Judge Ann was like, I was like, wow. You could kind of tell the little sarcasm. It was professional sarcasm, but it was sarcasm nonetheless. And I was like, whoa, Ann Donnelly, hold on, baby. I'm like, whoa.
Nah, this is what got everybody. This is actually what got everybody. A motion for reconsideration is not a vehicle for relitigating old issues, presenting the case under new theories, securing a rehearing on the merits, or otherwise taking a second bite to the apple.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what, and I mean, that's what she was, cause I'm gonna tell you why she said that, because one, what her name is, J-Bo was up there talking about, J-Bo was talking about, she was citing, I think Fifth Amendment stuff and this and that and this and that, and it was like then she was talking about oh Lord, was talking about like if he say something that it could be used against him and all of that. Right, and we definitely understand what J Bo was coming from, but Judge Ann sticks to the rules, right? And what the reconsideration, is actually designed for, and it ain't designed to address all that extra stuff that J-Bo be putting in there. And you look around, and one of those filings, J-Bo was putting something in there every few paragraphs about, if the law don't treat the white man like this. And J-Bo gets to it. Don't get me wrong, she's real crafty, but here's the thing, right? Where she might not be successful with Judge Ann, her style of writing and the points and everything that she tries to attack in one brief is ideal for appeals, for the appellate court. Now, I'm not saying how successful she'll be, but maybe that's why her writing is so detailed and expressed, right? Because she is an appeals attorney as well, and the way she handles she brings up those issues, and listen, she illustrates them, and then she answers them, all of that stuff in one briefing, which is what you're supposed to do. But how she does it, it's a craft, and it's
strategy.
It's so perfect for an appeal, huh?
It's strategy. That's just it. I say it's strategy.
Yeah,
That's
it's strategy, and she got it down pat. She got it down pat. I'm telling you, that shit is. I'm like, girl,
she
girl,
just being.
Joe has been on the job from day one.
The thing is, if we all could just sit back, if everybody is able to at least comprehend the documents, even though, of course, we're not lawyers, if you comprehend both sides of the arguments, that's prosecutors and defense attorney, you will see why they, the language they use, you will kind of get it. I mean, especially if you got good reading comprehension skills. Like in this, that was something I had trouble with. When you actually sit back and get the understanding of why they make those arguments, again, the prosecutors trying to keep them in jail. J-Bo is trying to get them off. So they're going to be crafty in their ways, but it comes down to law. That's it. I knew the motion was going to get denied because just reading them and then looking at other stuff. Now, that's how you do research. I kind of seen that even though she's crafty, but she's actually still making the same arguments as they've been making from the time they trying to get them out of jail. So that's why when I read of it, that's how I view it and understand it, that they was, it was going to get denied. Everything's going to get denied. That's just, that's the way I see
like
it.
I said before, the best hope they had was the jury, her argument with the jury, and then the conflict. And then, as you could see, Judge Donnelly asked for the prosecutor to file the jury questionnaires with the regard to the jury. She requested the questionnaires from, and I think that's because she's not she's deciding. She's trying to decide on it. She's undecided on that issue.
You want to? I look at it different. I'm gonna tell you why I look at it different. If everybody could go back and see, and I'm gonna make sure I can, because I can 100% confirm this, that when they first brought the questionnaire, the defense attorneys was the ones who decided to change the questions. So that's probably what she's going to look at. She's going to look at when they first got the questionnaires and before they added the questions. But the thing is,
well, no, they added it. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
No, the defense added the questions with regards to the herpes and with regards to gay to being gay. J-Bo was raising her arguments with is regards to people being unbiased, meaning unbiased means. So she was talking about when they were talking about the people that seen the docuseries and the people that heard about his prior charges. She was saying that those people shouldn't have been seated, right? But here's the thing, right? And so the prosecutor, as Kelly and I we had a good conversation offline about this, and I was telling him, it's going to come down to those sub questions, and when you get to the end of it, as the sub questions is, can you, although you have seen the docuseries and you've heard about his charges, his allegations, can you still be unbiased? And if that person says yeah, then due to the law, that jury is qualified to sit on a jury. Now you still have, but and then that's the problem that that J-Bo may run into. I don't know how Judge Ann is going to decide on that. Is she going to decide that should have automatically, if they said they saw the docuseries and knew about his allegations, should that have automatically disqualified them from being a jury? Or is she going to go by the law and say, well, if a person said that they could remain to be unbiased, this okay to sit on the jury?
No, check this out. And I'm going to look at that because they brought up something like that in previous motions and rebuttals. People, I'm thinking logic. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking about logic
they brought
and
up
reasoning.
The jury?
As far as who saw a docuseries and the case being in the media, period. Not just a docu, but the case just being in the media. And oh gosh, you got me losing train of thought. Damn it, Angie, I was on the road. I was on the road.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure what questions they had about the jury when the jury hadn't been seated yet. That's what I'm trying to figure out where you was going with that.
No. I was bringing up the fact that the reason why I know she's going to strike down that motion because she's trying to bring up the point about the case being so popular in the media that it may cause the jurors to be quote unquote biased. But I'm thinking logic and everyday reasoning. Like, there's over millions of viewers, and I'm pretty sure people saw the docuseries or anything. It's just not the docuseries. I'm pretty sure those, like any juror they brought in there, 99% of them have saw the docuseries. Okay, they don't had over 1 million viewership, but she keeps mentioning the docuseries, and she keeps, and I see she misses the fact that stuff about his sexual misconduct been in hundreds of publications for over 30 years. You're talking about hundreds of publications, many interviews. Then you had the 2008 trial, and they see that as continue. I mean, they still looking at him sideways. It's like it's not just a documentary. That's why I feel like she's going to shut it down because it's like, of course, millions of people saw it, but we asked the juries the question. We ain't see this, and this is what we got, and we saw this person qualified to be on the jury.
Right.
All right.
Right. I'm just saying. I know what you're saying, but I'm just. It's like the prosecutors is saying that it's what kind of like what you're saying. There's a whole bunch of people have seen that. The bottom line is, can you remain unbiased, whether you've seen it or not?
Right.
And but J-Bo is saying that automatically prejudiced the jury. That's because they, how could they but here's the thing. Here's the thing. Right here's the thing.
I gotta look at something. I'm listening to you. I gotta look at something. Now you're gonna have me looking back at paperwork. Go ahead.
Here's the thing. Here's the question.
Uh-huh.
Does that mean that just because they watch, here's this could have been a sub question or question or some kind of way it could come up in a filing. Does it mean that just because you watch the docuseries and you heard about the allegation, do that mean that you believe them? I don't remember seeing that. That could be a core requisite, right? Okay, you said you seen the docuseries. You know about his allegation. One, do you believe it? Do you believe it? We got you up
Yeah. Is that Keith?
Wait, Agent,
Yeah.
wait a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
Wait a minute. Okay. This was okay. So I'm looking back at when they first revised the questions back in June 2021. And I'm not understanding. This is what I'm not. No. This is when they revised the questions. They added the questions. This is why I get. What is J-Bo trying to argue? She's saying that if they did watch the docuseries, that they should automatically be striked. Is that what she's saying?
Yeah.
Damn right.
Excuse me. I'm not asking you.
I'm talking.
I'm Miss Angela. You don't read the paperwork, so you can't be in this conversation. So just
I'm
sit
talking.
there.
God damn it! I'm talking.
I don't care if you talking. Just sit there and be quiet.
Well, I said I'm talking. God damn it!
Now, see, you started with me. So, all right. So that's what. Oh man, they're gonna deny. They're gonna throw it. Man, if she don't go sit somewhere, I ain't got. Now I understand. So she's saying that okay, if they watch like a 3-minute clip of R. Kelly on YouTube and about these allegations, if they say yes, that means they're supposed to be off the jury.
She feel like they should have been off because they are already going in with the prejudice, right?
That sound like R. Kelly whining and crying. Oh, they ain't supposed to be on the jury. And he was in the room when this all went down. So, man, ineffective counsel, my black ass. Man, go somewhere. Denied.
See, can I speak? If people let me speak, she about to start screaming. Listen, man. Keep.
I know my true and actual facts. So I get that from my auntie. That's my twin. That's my auntie right there. So
yes, ma'am.
Put some respect on the name. Good.
I will. Listen, Keep. I was sitting here listening to it. I said to myself, poor Keep. I said, when my cousin walk out of there, you gonna be on suicide watch. I'm telling you, you're gonna be on suicide. Listen.
He's getting out on 420. I just wanted to know. He's getting out on 420 tomorrow.
Excuse me. Let me say this to you.
He's getting out for Mother's Day.
Keep.
Memorial Day. Which other day?
I listen to the celebratory mood and how y'all just celebrate and you know, I listen to it and I'm sitting here shaking my head because I know that which you don't. Okay. And I listen to Tears, Oak Tears, and y'all be over there clowning me and stuff. And I laugh at it because you're operating. I know that you guys are operating from an emotional standpoint.
You operate from an emotional standpoint too. What are you talking about?
I'm talking, goddammit, let me speak. Listen. Let me tell you where Oak, you Miss Tears, and keep Tears, all of y'all, where y'all.
Levi, no disrespect to Oak. I'm not even a part of that group. So
yes, ma'am. I'll say Team Truth, Oak, the whole.
But why you bringing Tears up? Because she's not in the chat. No, she's on this stream. So why you bringing her up?
Because I have to get you off to your side. Y'all are so vicious. I have to separate y'all one by one. Y'all so vicious. I can't go against the whole pack of wild wolves. I got to get you off to yourself. Listen. And I got to separate Tears. I got to separate Atlas. I got to separate everyone. But check this out. I'm going to ask Tears a question. We're going to have an intelligent conversation. I'm not going to be disrespectful, which I try never to.
This
I keep calling you T. Y'all to me. Okay, keep. I'm sorry. Keep. I'm sorry. Keep. Listen, keep. Did you, yes or no, observe individuals who were, what you would say they were probably supporting R. Kelly or claiming to? Did you watch them commit terrorist acts against the alleged victims, mainly Azriel, yes or no? Did you observe that over a period of 2 years or over the period of, roughly 2 years? Did you watch that?
Yes, but you also is a co-conspirator with those terrorists. You understand that,
Now,
right?
let's
Yes,
stop
you
right
are.
there. No,
Yes,
let's
you
stop.
are.
Now, we having an intelligent conversation here now.
Okay, let's
We
have
having
a
an
conversation.
intelligent conversation now. Listen.
Mhm.
And this is the point I want to make. You just, because I listen to y'all shows and you try to put Levi in with those people. Now, you made a statement. I'm going to be quiet and listen. I would like for you to explain to Ms. Walker and her audience how Levi co-conspired with a bunch of goddamn derelict, terrorists, undercultivated, cutthroat, low-life ass people. You have to stand on what you said now. Now, can you explain, and I'm going to be quiet, how Levi had any involvement in co-conspiring with any of them? Now, I'm going to listen and let you respond.
Y'all want to see a dead body real quick? Because I can go in on this one. Who wants to see a dead body? Because you don't fucked up asking me that question. Consider that I followed this case for 3 years and saw everything on YouTube. Are you sure you want me to go there? I will go there. You talk about those people talking to the lawyers. Dana talked to the lawyers, and you have conversations with Dana. Am I right? You have put them down saying, "Oh, they talking to the lawyers. They got Steve Greenberg. They going to his office." Dana did it, and like that. Excuse me. I'm going to bring Dana up because that's who the person you only talk to in this sector. 3 years ago, Dana was on his video channel getting mad because your quote unquote cousin didn't get any bail. He was saying how he's going to stalk Tim, he's going to stalk the government, he's going to stalk Kenyette Barnes, he's going to stalk the lawyer, all of that, the defense attorney, not the defense, the lawyer. Yes, he talks to, yes, and thank you, and talks to Sharon Woodbush too, exactly, Judge Speed, and talks to her too. So you're sitting up there saying how you a co-conspirator, you associate yourself with those people. I don't care what you have to say.
I'm going to ask Ms. Walker. I'm going to ask Ms. Walker.
With them was sitting up there, with the terrorist act. So
we need a timer. We need a timer because you should be allowed enough time and I should be allowed time. I want to ask Ms. Walker, was from a neutral position, was Keep's answer satisfactory to my question?
No. No, not really. Because I think she kind of asked you a question, right?
No, I asked her, this is my question to her, simple. I listened to their stations and I'm going to tell you why they do this. A lot of them will try to allude to or try to say that they want to put Levi in the same basket as those who were berating, attacking, intimidating, engaging in all kinds of deplorable acts towards the alleged victims in Robert's cases. And when I listen to them say that, I basically take it with a grain of salt. But I felt that since Keith was on here, I wanted to come on and ask her why they do that. And then she did it while I was talking. And I said, cool, this is what I wanted to ask you anyway. How can you Keith made the statement that I have been a co-conspirator with these individuals who have, and I asked Keith, I said, I'm going to give you the floor. Explain to the people, the audience of Ms. Walker, how you can term me or deem me a co-conspirator with people who were engaging in activities that I've never engaged in. And she said, because you know Dana.
Them. Yes, you support them.
I support them. What you say that again?
You support them.
I support who? Who do I support?
I just said it.
You said them. Who do I support when you say them? What are you talking about?
Dana and the Flower Lady.
Dana and who? What are you talking about?
Now here we go. We don't know what to talk about. He knows what we
No,
talking
no, no,
about.
no,
Because
no, no,
he
no.
follows the channels and see the chat. You know what you're
So
talking
no,
about.
no, no.
Get
See,
outta here.
you can't answer the. Please don't do what y'all do. Don't obscure the waters.
Oh my
Listen,
gosh,
don't
ain't
muddy
nobody
the
obscuring
waters.
the words. You a
When you
co-conspirator.
say, listen, when you say, so everyone that Ms. Walker speaks with on her platform, she supports them.
She does support them. But
She
see,
support everybody that come on her platform. Then
here's the thing with you. You come off there talking about who's a terrorist as if you're just this innocent supporter, and you're not.
let me explain. I'm not a supporter for one. Okay, I know the man person. I love the man. I'm not a supporter. But let me explain this to you. This is the problem I have with your side.
It's not
And
my side.
I'm going to explain this. Allow me to explain, Ms. Walker.
Stop
Please,
saying my side.
let me explain this to you. They don't want to give Levi any credit, Ms. Walker. I want Ms. Walker to understand this. I, being someone who knows Robert in this dynamic, as far as YouTube, without a doubt, the closest person to Robert, they don't want to say, well, you know what? Levi has conducted himself in a very noble way as a gentleman. He's never engaged in the crimes and the assaults and the attacks that those other people have, because if they give me that particular those accolades, then they in their minds they feel that that is going to offer some kind of positivity for Robert. So what they want to do is throw the baby out with the bathwater and make it and say, well, Levi's with them, in order to try to strengthen who you all are. And you should never do that. You would have more respect, not from me, but you. I'm not saying you just individually, Keith. I'm saying Tears and Truth, all of y'all, you would have. I heard Truth say last night, she said, you know, I really want to love Levi, but he knows that his cousin did these things and he knows better. But I really, she wanted to say, I have respect for Levi, because Levi defends Robert, but Levi doesn't attack the accusers. Levi carries himself in a certain respectable manner, and you all don't want to acknowledge that because you know that it would lend itself to positivity on Robert. And you don't want to do that. You made a statement, Miss Keith. You accused me.
Exactly, T-Bam. Thank you for seeing that. You actually said it more clearer than I did. That's exactly what he does.
What do I do? Say what I do.
Hold on, Keith. Hold on. Go ahead. Finish it up.
No, I would like, cause I'm not looking at the chat, but this T-Bam person, what do I do? Explain it, Keith. What did she say I do?
She said you have footprints all in these YouTube streets saying, doing, and allowing people on your panel to do the same thing.
Okay, so everything that, first of all, let me explain something to you. The terrorists, you would never find them. None of them on my panel. Everyone that comes on my panel must conduct themselves with a high degree of respect. And Ms. Walker can bear witness to that. And see, Ms. Walker, this is the problem. This is the problem. A person, when it comes to this social media, a person can make a comment that's totally false, and it comes to life, even though what they said is totally false. The person who said that my footprints are all over the place, you have to show the goddamn footprints. You can't just make a statement. You can't make a statement to that person who says my footprints are all over this. That is ignorant. You're an ignorant person, because this is where I have an advantage over all of y'all, and this is where Robert has an advantage over all of y'all.
Okay, Levi,
because no, I'm gonna say that. Let me finish my point. Robert has an advantage over all of y'all, because you lend yourself to lies, conjecture, rumor, innuendo. Be stand-up people. If you were stand-up people, then you would say, okay, we are viable opponents of R. Kelly, but you're not stand-up people. You're not the most stand-up thing I've seen on that side is when Atmos came out and said, well, if these text messages are true, then I have to question whether R. Kelly should be locked up. I've never seen anyone stand with that kind of respectability. And what I've tried to do is bring respectability to this. Be respectful.
Levi,
Be decent. Don't lie on people.
Levi, can I say this? I have
Go
not
ahead,
seen
please.
you outright. I have not seen you publicly attacking the victims. I have not seen you say anything about the victim. Well, you said some things, but as far as harassing, we didn't see you do that.
Thank you.
We didn't see
But
it. Okay. Oh, wait. This is where I'm going to. But here's what we're saying. We're saying is you associate yourself with those people that do the same thing about the ones you don't fuck with.
I associate myself. Let's make this clear. Let's make this clear. Let's make this clear. You're telling me that if I keep a clean house, and that if I keep a clean vehicle, that I keep a clean person, that I'm a very clean person, and I just happen to walk in someone's house that's fucking filthy, now Levi's filthy? How do you sound?
Oh, that's
that
how they
sounds
do.
insane. You see,
That's
you
how
see
they do.
Ms. Walker? You see that?
Oh, let me give you the story. I done got put so many rules in place it's virtually impossible. I mean, it's crazy. I had to change it to what, so I listened to all these people had these customer service complaints. That's what I call them. I said, okay. So from now on, those who, tend to click the link, then complain. I mean, click the link, then some kind of way they go back and then make it my fault. I ain't said shit now, but you already know the rules. You make it my fault out of somebody come to your rescue, whatever, because you over here shooting up at the mouth. Somebody light your ass up. Then somehow that's my fault. You know what I'm saying? And whatever, you already know the rules. And here's the thing. So now I got to make this. So I got all these goddamn customer service complaints. So now, if those who got those customer service complaints out there, it's okay for them to come and talk about everybody and shit. But when somebody talk about their ass, there's a problem. So now I can't let your ass up because you got complaints, and I don't want no lie, to be liable for shit. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Right. So here's the thing. So how about this? So you click that link. I know you got a customer service complaint. You're gonna sit right there because I'm gonna be looking at you. You can't come up here. I'm not gonna be responsible. One thing I can say about Debo, and I can say this about you. Y'all go into it. Not with each other. Y'all do good with each other. I'm talking about when y'all up here. All kinds of shit be coming at y'all. Y'all give it back if y'all want to. Not one time have y'all ever complained and say, oh, it's Angela's fault. How is it my fault? I ain't said shit.
Exactly.
All I say is don't attack somebody's mothers and kids. Now, calling them unfit and point out the wayward acts of kids, that's something different. But I'm talking about fuck your mama and all this here and your kids ain't shit and all this and all that and hope your kids die and all that. No, we're not doing that. But if you say somebody, kid maybe not acting like with home training, whatever, that's something totally different. That's not an attack. That's just something that, in your opinion, that a kid is or a parent is doing. If you call a parent unfit, you just call them unfit. That's just not attacking them.
Yes.
And it's crazy. So I'm not going to be responsible for none of that.
Well, it's a certain line. It's a certain line that and you said it earlier, Ms. Walker. I have endured when I was going over there debating the other. I don't even like to say the other side, but I was debating the opposers of Robert. I endured a lot, but I really didn't endure it because it was. I take that stuff with a grain of salt. Keep can tell you. She's called my cousin and every name and this, that, and the third. But
Yep.
Keith can never, but you can never say that I've ever called you out your name. I've never said B what the F you mean or F you B. I don't carry myself like that,
We
Miss
see
Keith.
that. That's what we
Okay,
said.
but
This is what I'm explaining.
This is what I'm explaining to you,
We
Miss.
see that.
I'm explaining. You give yourself more validity when you acknowledge. That's how, Detroit is East Side, West Side, and they were all. I'm from the West Side. There were always stand-up guys on the East Side that we would see. I'm trying to explain this to you. Let's learn something. Learn this. Learn this.
Nothing. Come on, you about to tell me a whole bunch of stuff. Listen, I'm gonna keep it like this, okay? We all can see that this whole following this case brought up a lot of emotion, whatnot. I understand what you want. You want to acknowledge for the fact that you have showed us respect. You didn't call us out our names. You didn't cuss us out. You didn't do this. Fine. We have always acknowledged you. Don't think that you're going to get a gold star or a cookie every time you come on the streets and then don't like what someone's saying in the chat. If you want to be offended, fine. That's how you want to. But here's the thing: we acknowledge that. We're saying you say all these things about who's a terrorist and the things that they do in this 50-page document. But when I'm saying you associating yourself, that means you're having conversations with these people. You're socializing with them. You're messaging them. You're emailing them.
What are you talking about?
I'm giving examples. Now you tell me to listen. You're not listening. I'm telling you why. The meaning of why we say you associate with people who do the same acts as the people who you do not like. That's the thing.
But
that's what we're saying. But we're not going to give you a gold star every time you come on here just because you don't cuss us out. You're not supposed to cuss nobody out. Just like you said, you can have an intelligent conversation. Emotion's going to rise up out of it, but people have to respect each other, not call each other names, then putting pictures up of people and saying go find person and everything. That's what this whole thing got out of hand. People just could not keep their emotions in check. But for you, we acknowledge that you respect us and you don't cuss us out. But when we say that you're wrong, you're wrong. That's what we're going to do.
May I respond, please? Let me say this for one. I would be insane to seek some kind of pat on the back from any of you. Allow me to speak. What I was speaking on was principle. What I said that you guys should openly listen. You should openly acknowledge that for not my credibility, but your own credibility. I said, if you listened, I said when Atmos addressed the text messages and he made a statement saying, listen, when he made a statement saying, if those text messages are true, then I have to revisit this R. Kelly thing. Because listen, you can't fight. You need to push mute and try to listen. Okay, I explain things thoroughly. Okay, what I'm saying to you is the only difference between what your side was doing and what this side over there, what they were doing, was the fact that they were in close connection with some of Robert's attorneys. You all, Atmos, Larry, none of them were in close connection with the prosecutors and those who were charged with the responsibility of prosecuting Robert Kelly. That is the issue. It is not about, well, you sit on the phone. No, it's about the conflicting reality. It was a conflict. It was a conflict there. Do you follow me?
No, I do not. No, I do not. And someone said that that you had called the female supporters at the rally all tough supporters and low life. Is that? Did you say that? I think I heard you said that too. I'm gonna look it up.
Listen, sweetheart, you don't have to look. Listen. If I tell you it is, listen, sweetheart. I'm a man who says what he means and means what he says. You don't have to reference. Listen, you don't have to. You don't have to. If you can you allow me to speak? You don't have to twist and turn and let me go look some up on Levi. Levi tell you to your face what it is.
Okay, tell
All
me
right,
what
now,
it is.
allow me to tell you what I said and what I
Tell me
mean.
what it is. Tell me what
Okay,
it
you
is.
understand? Allow me to tell you
he was-
exactly what I said and
He's
what I
dragging
mean.
females that support his cousin.
Okay.
Ooh-wee. You see why we look at you all
Okay, let me no. Listen, don't nobody listen. Don't listen. Can I see? This is what you don't act childish. Keep push your mute button like adults do and listen. I listen to you, now listen to me. Don't no one support my cousin who sits and cheers people on to attack females and to threaten people's lives and to cut heads off of pictures and talk about I'm a gang member. I'm about to go down to the protest and lock down some goddamn blocks. My cousin is not a gang member. He's not. Listen, no. You're gonna listen to me. So you go. Are you going? No, you go. You ask me a question and you gonna listen to me.
Question, but go ahead.
Okay, let me. Okay, you did. You said, did I call those women what I called them?
So get to that. Did you call?
Okay,
did you call
so
them that?
can I?
No, just yes or no.
Can
yes
I?
Or no.
No. Don't yes or no me.
Yes or no.
Yes, don't yes or no me. Let me answer the question. Let me answer the. Let me answer the question. I said what I said. What? This is the childish stuff. You don't want to have a real conversation. This is what I said, and this is what I mean. Any grown woman who would sit and attack a young lady, talk up under her clothes, or watch people do it, any grown woman who can be impressed by a homeless nigga that don't even take care of his own children, that beat his own child's mother and tortured her in front of his children. Any grown so-called woman who can attach themselves or try to make excuses for a derelict so-called man like that is every goddamn thing I just described. They are hoe, they are lowlife, they ain't shit. You give me the list and I'll see what you have to understand. Keep is there. Here's the question. Is there such thing as a hoe? Is there such thing as a low life motherfucker? Is there such thing as a bitch? Is there such thing as the lowest of the low? Yeah, it exists. And when someone displays that, you ain't got to reference none to go pull up no tapes on me. I tell them to their face, they ain't shit. They're low lives. They're derelicts. They're rejects of society. You understand? They're the worst of the lowest of the fucking low. Okay? So let's be clear. I said it and I mean it. You can never put these people in the same sentence as my cousin. You could never say that they were supporting R. Kelly, but at the same time, they're supporting people who are working to the detriment of R. Kelly. You can never say when R. Kelly can sit there and talk to Gayle King, talk to the woman from the Huffington Post, talk to, and you hear his ex-wife, Drea. You hear all these women coming after him, calling him monsters, doing everything. But if he never lashed out at them and called them bitches and dog head holes, what gives someone the right to do it in his name? Don't play with me. These are not supporters of my cousin. These are people who want to be entertained. These are women that's sitting up on goddamn Section 8 and welfare, sitting at their goddamn filthy ass fucking Section 8 goddamn apartment, laughing and joking at the expense of R. Kelly. Don't play games with me. None of those individuals, how can you say they were supporters of R. Kelly when they heard the baby killer say what he really felt about R. Kelly, that he needs to be locked the fuck up? If I had said that about my cousin, if I had said, if a tape surfaced and Levi was on there saying, cousin or no cousin, that nigga ain't never did shit for me, that nigga peed on a girl, lock that motherfucker up, would none of these people ever tune in to me again. But they heard certain ones say things how they truly felt about Robert, and they still tuned in for the entertainment. They tuned in because they feel the same goddamn way. Don't you ever in your life think that these people truly support R. Kelly, because R. Kelly is a gentleman. He don't carry himself like that. And for them to follow after people who do, they'll never convince me that they for R. Kelly. How the fuck you gonna support people that's talking about shooting people and killing people, calling young ladies dog head bitches and putting their goddamn pictures up with the heads cut off and talking up under their clothes, get those titties back, get that ass back, and you trying to tell me that's a woman? A woman can sit and no, that ain't no goddamn woman. That's a low-life ass motherfucking excuse for a woman. Excuse me for swearing, Miss Walker, but goddamn.
Oh, that's okay. Johnny Depp just took the stand.
Oh,
Y'all
let
wanna
me watch it. Let me watch this. I'll be back. I'm gonna watch this. Thank you. I'm sorry, y'all. Bye.
All right, make sure you come back.
Disturbing.
I'm watching too,
brought
Angie.
these disturbing criminal acts against me that were not based in any species of truth. It was that it just didn't need to go in that direction. As though the relationship arguments and things of that nature, but never did I myself reach the point of striking Miss Heard in any way, nor have I ever struck any woman in my life. And so at the time, because the news of this, her accusations had sort of permeated the industry and then made its way through media and social media, became quite a global let's say, quote unquote, fact, if you will. And since I knew my responsibility to stand up not only for myself in that instance, but stand up for my children, who at the time were 14 and 16, and so they were in high school, and I thought it was diabolical that my children would have to go to or people in the school approach them with the infamous People magazine cover with Miss Heard with a dark bruise on her face. And then it just kept getting bigger and bigger. So it was my responsibility, I felt. But I wanted to clear my children of this horrid thing that they were having. And also, after many years of being in this industry, at the time, it was I'd probably been in the industry 30 plus years, 35 years. Never had any problems, anything like that. And I had met many people over the years, many of the people, and had the opportunity to talk to those people and to give advice to these people. And I'm not, my goal is the truth. My goal is the truth because it killed me that people that I had spoken with, that I had met with over the years, who maybe were in a not such a great position and they needed advice, and I gave them the best advice I could. All I could think of was that those people would think that I was a fraud and that I had lied to them. And so I had to wait for my opportunity to address the charges, which were criminal charges. And they just weren't true. So I felt the responsibility of clearing the record as the only way that I could get to the point where I could speak has really taken this full 6 years. And it's been 6 years of trying times. It's very strange when one day you're Cinderella, so to speak, and then in 0.6 seconds you're Quasimodo. And I didn't deserve that, nor did my children, nor did the people who have believed in me for all these years. I didn't want any of those people to believe that I had done them wrong or lied to them or that I was a fraud. I pride myself on honesty. I pride myself on truth. Truth is the only thing I'm interested in. There are lies nowhere, but lies build upon lies and build upon lies. It's too much to cover. I'm obsessed with the truth, and so today is the first opportunity that I've been able to speak about this case in full for the first time.
In this process.
As a father, raising kids, when they were very, very little, it was important to me, very important to me, to try to shield my children as much as possible from looking at their father or their mom, for that matter, as novelties. I didn't want my children to experience hordes of paparazzis. So I was always a very private person. So for me to before you all and spill the truth is quite exposing, and it's unfortunate that it's not only exposing for myself. It's exposing for my family. It's exposing for Miss Heard. It's exposing for, it never had to go in this direction. And so I can't say that I'm embarrassed because I know that I'm doing the right thing.
Now, Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn a bit to your upbringing. We heard a bit from your sister Christy last week, but can
I had a very interesting childhood, one that I thought was normal until a certain age. My mother, I was born in Kentucky, and quite a lot when I was a kid. So you were always just, my mom had this constantly. So you were always the new kid, and that wasn't ever particularly pleasant. Then we moved to Florida, South Florida, when I was about 7 or 8. And again, moved. As cruel as anyone can be, with all of us, that is to say, my sister Christy and my brother Depp. She could become quite violent, and she was quite violent. And though there was an ashtray being flung at you, you know, it hit, or a telephone or whatever's handy.
Angie, what happened?
Let me switch this and go to NBC because court TV keeps sticking. I ain't got time for that. Let me put on NBC. Hold on, y'all. I got it already up. There's some bullshit, huh? Yeah, I don't get down with all this here.
Bullying, you know, making fun of whatever defects one might have. You know, my brother wore glasses, so of course he was four eyes, and his teeth were messed up in the front, so he was buck tooth as well. And my sister Christy, which this is such a hideous psychological play. My father's parents were quite refined. My mother comes from Eastern Kentucky, which is where you grow up in shacks and hollers, you know. And my mother despised my father's parents, and my grandmother's name was Violet, and every now and again you would hear my mother just scream across the house, "Come here, Violet, get in here, Violet." And Christy, my sister, knew very well that that was a deep cut psychologically, emotionally, but we had to take it. I mean, you just had to take the pain. I was born with a very strange, it's a very rare thing in my eye, as the back of the lens is spherical. Normally, is spherical. So in this eye isn't normal. This eye, I was born with a more conical lens, so my brain never learned to see out of my left eye, and they noticed when I was about 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, that I had a lazy eye, a wandering eye, and she would call me cockeye, one eye, anything she could get to demean, humiliate. I even had to wear an eye patch on my good eye to strengthen my bad eye, so that it would cease to wander. With a muscle, it was exercising the muscles of the eye, though the brain had never learned to see. So I still, my vision in my left eye is, I'm legally blind in my left eye. But so yeah, the verbal abuse, the psychological abuse was almost worse than the beatings, because the beatings were just physical pain, and the physical pain you learn to deal with, you learn to accept it, you learn to deal with it. But the psychological and emotional abuse, that's what kind of tore us up, I think.
What about your father? What was he like?
My father was a very kind man. In fact, my father's still alive. He's a very kind man. He's a very quiet man. In fact, he's very shy. Not a confrontational person in any way. And when Betty Sue, my mother, would go off on a tangent toward my father, and of course in front of the kids it was no matter to her. He would he amazingly remained very, very stoic and never, as she was rationing him with horrible things, he stood there and just looked at her while she delivered the pain, and he swallowed it. He took it. Um, there was never one moment, never a moment when my father um, lost control and attacked my mother or hit my mother or even said a bad thing to my mother. The things that I witnessed were, there were a couple of times when it got too far that I could see his eyes welling up as he was staring at her, saying nothing. And then the most that he would do is he would punch a wall. I once saw him punch a wall and shatter his hand because it wasn't drywall. It was proper concrete and steel wire and rebar and things of that nature. And but still, never touched her, never argued with her. He remained a gentleman, and to me, as a 5-year-old boy, I kept thinking to myself, I kept wondering why does he take it? How does he take this? And why doesn't he leave her? But he didn't, he was able to maintain his calm and his composure. He was able to maintain his relationship with his children. He was a good man. He is a good man.
You mentioned that you saw your father punch a wall. How many times did you witness that?
I mean, out of, I couldn't count the amount of fights that they had, but I know that I've seen my father strike a wall 2 or 3 times tops. Once when he broke his hand, but yeah, 3 times at tops.
Was your father ever abusive to you or any of your siblings?
No, my father was never. My father was not an abusive man. At the same time, my father was also, to some degree, at the mercy of Betty Sue, because if he argued with what she wanted done, that would just turn into another barrage of hatred towards him. So I can remember my father coming home from work, and maybe I'd gotten a bad report card, or maybe I'd gotten in trouble at school, or something like that. And my father would arrive home from work, and the first thing she would say was, "John, take him out there. He gets the belt. Give him the belt." And he wanted to know what it was about, so he'd take me out to the garage, and I'll never forget this white, thick leather 1970s era, thick leather white belt that he would take off, and And then he would commence to inflict the punishment on me. But interestingly, there was one time when my father, I kept telling him I didn't do this. It was another incident. I kept swearing to him that I did not do what Betty Sue, what my mom had said that I'd done. But he went through with the punishment anyway. And then, not long after, he found out that I had been telling the truth and that I hadn't done what my mom had said that I'd done. And he came to me and apologized to me for having gone through with the whipping, the belt. And I have to say, my mom never did that. She couldn't. She knew what she knew. She was raised how she was raised. And I had no power to change what was inside of her,
How did your parents' relationship ultimately come to an end, to your understanding?
When my father left, I didn't realize that he had left. He left where I was 15. I had already left school, and I was a musician. I was playing in clubs and such. And he left for work one morning, just like every day, and was packing his car, and then he left. And then hours later, my mom, Betty Sue, came home from work. It was about 3:30 in the afternoon. And she walked in the door and stopped and just looked around like she felt something. And I said, "What's wrong?" She said, "Your daddy's gone." I said, "Well, yeah, I seen him leave for work this morning." She said, No, he's gone. And she ran into their bedroom and into their closet, and I followed her, and she opened the door, and there was his rack of clothing and all his belongings were gone. And she was quite upset. And I took her car and drove to my father's work, and I sat down in front of him at 15, and I said, "Listen, seems as though somebody stole all your clothes out of the closet." And he said, "Yeah. He said, "I'm done. I can't do it anymore. I can't live it anymore. You're the man. You're the man now." And those words didn't quite sit well with me. I didn't feel like I was ready to hear those words. But that's what I got. Then my mom went into a very, very dark place, a very deep, dark depression, as you can imagine. And one afternoon, I woke up. I'd fallen asleep, and I woke up and walked out into the living room, and I saw my mother, like very feebly, and like almost, it was like a slow motion crawl. If I could stand up, I could show you just what I saw. Do you mind?
No, you can stand up.
Thank you. I saw my mother, in that mode. So instantly, I knew that something was dreadfully wrong, and there's drool coming out of her mouth. And as I was about to run and call, the front door busted open, and my uncle and two paramedics came in and threw her on the gurney and whisked her out of the house to get her to the hospital to pump her stomach. She had swallowed a multitude of pills to try to take herself out, to try to commit suicide. And when she got out of the hospital, she was a small firecracker of a woman. She was about 5'2". But when she got out of the hospital, the depression was so deep. She was down to, like, she lived on the couch and she weighed about 70 pounds. And that all that imagery spun into my head at that time, that I thought that was in my head at the time, I thought that that was a cowardly way for my father to have left. And I was deeply upset by that. Until my father and I had a conversation years later, where I asked him what really happened, how did it happen when I was older, and he told me the story.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Mr. Depp, how did you feel about your father when he left?
I would. I was. I was. I was very disappointed in him, because I started to believe that his exit was sneaky, cowardly. He didn't. When he said goodbye to me when he left for work that morning, he just said goodbye. Goodbye, Bob. And I went, see you later, Pop. That was it. Until I learned the truth from him.
And without getting into what your father told you, how has your impression of your father changed now?
Objection, relevance.
Your Honor, this is just an understanding of his perception of his family.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Mr.
question.
Depp, what have you learned from your experience in your childhood and observing your father in your childhood?
I learned that I was wrong about my first impressions of his exit from the family. Very wrong. And I'll tell you one thing that I learned that was one of the best lessons I believe I've ever learned in my life, ever could learn in my life, was based on my experiences as a child and what I'd seen and experienced. I knew exactly how to raise children when my girl Vanessa got pregnant. I knew exactly how to raise children, which was to do the opposite of what they did, of what Betty Sue did. Never raise your voice in front of the children, never. Screaming out the word no to them. I never wanted to tell my kids no. I wanted to tell them that I wanted to show them that there were options. You don't have to stick the coat hanger in the electrical socket. You know, saying no is an abrupt thing, but to talk to them and say, if you understand the repercussions of something, then you won't go there. So maybe think about this as opposed to this. Give this some thought, you know. But that will clearly, that could kill you. So I would ease them away from things of that nature with a more of a conversation as opposed to a you know, a flat out, don't you ever do that again, and threats and things of that nature. I did not raise my children that way, nor did Vanessa. We never raised our voices in front of our children ever.
How do you
And
think your experiences with your parents in your childhood affected your approach to your relationship with Miss Heard?
I'm sorry, one more time.
How did your experiences observing your parents as a child affect your approach to your relationship with Miss Heard?
Well, in the beginning of my relationship with Miss Heard, there was, from what I recall and what I remember, she was it was as if she was too good to be true. She was attentive, she was loving, she was smart, she was kind, she was funny, she was understanding, and we had many things in common, certain blues music and, well, music, literature, things of that nature. So for that year or year and a half, it was amazing. There were a couple of things that, I don't know, stuck in my head that I noticed that I thought might be a little bit of a dilemma at some point. For example, if I worked quite a lot, and when I would come home from work, I would come in the house or the hotel, and she would sit me down on the couch and give me a glass of wine and take my boots off, set them to the side, and I'd never experienced anything like that in my life. I just never thought that was, I just never experienced that before. And it became a regular thing that she did, this kind of routine. And I remember one night I came home from work and I think she was on the phone or something. busy. She was doing something, and so I sat down on the couch and I took my boots off, and suddenly Miss Hurd approached with this look on her face that she just said, "What did you just do? What did you do?" So what do you mean? You took your boots off. I said, "Yeah, yes, I did. You were busy, you know." No. That's my job. That's what I do. You don't do that. I do that. Okay, all right then. And then she said, "Let me get you a glass of wine." And she brought me the glass of wine. But I did take pause, of course, at the fact that she was visibly shaken or upset that I had broken her rules of routine. I thought that strange. And then once you notice something like that, then you start to notice other little tidbits and things that come out. And then within a year and a half, she had become this another person almost.
Mr. Depp, we're going to talk about Miss Hurd in a couple minutes, but I'd like to first talk about your career in Hollywood. And so could you please tell the jury how you ended up acting in the first place?
I ended up acting by accident. I was a musician and I'd moved out to Los Angeles with my band when I was 20 years old. And then there were a couple of things that happened in the band where the band split up. And I remember I was filling out job applications, and then Nick, with a friend of mine, and who happens to be, he was an actor, less known then than he is now, Nicolas Cage. And I was filling out job applications at any, video stores, clothing stores, anything, and just to be able to pay the rent. And Nick Cage said, why don't you meet my agent, because I think you're an actor. I think you could be an actor. And I said, look, I'll meet anybody, I'll do anything at this point. And so he sent me to his agent, Eileen Feldman, and I met with her. She sent me to read for a casting director named Annette Benson, who was casting a film called The Nightmare on Elm Street. And they brought me back to read for the director, Wes Craven. And I read for Wes Craven and somehow got the job. But I mean, I was by no means an actor. I didn't have any desire to be an actor. I was a musician. But the fact that these people were going to pay me what I found to be a ludicrous sum of money, which was it was kind of the SAG minimum. It was $1,284 a week, which I'd never seen that kind of dough before in my life. And so I suddenly, and then I did some other couple of dumb movies because I still, in my mind, I was a musician, and this was just a way to pay the rent, pay the bills, live. Then suddenly I found myself on that road. I had been placed on that road as an actor, and then one thing led to another from film to film, and then I was cast in a TV series called 21 Jump Street when I was 22, I believe.
Mr. Depp, between the time that you were cast in Nightmare on Elm Street and you were cast in 21 Jump Street, how did you enjoy acting during that time?
It was foreign to me. It was foreign to me, but I didn't have any great ambition to be an actor. I'm a naturally, normally, I've always been quite a shy person. I've always been quite introverted. And so there was a very strange metamorphosis from being one of four, that is to say, one of four in a band where you have this fraternity or this brotherhood, and you're out there fighting the world together to try to get that record deal or whatever you're looking for. And when I got on the series and my life started to change in various ways, that is to say that people started to, you go into a restaurant and you'd see people whispering and pointing and all that. I was very uncomfortable with it. I was very uncomfortable with it, and I didn't like it. Just because I never wanted to be the lead singer and the guy out front and will get all the attention, and I didn't. So suddenly I was on my own, and I was having to deal with this newfound sort of notoriety, and it was odd. It was very odd, and it was. Yeah, it was a very uncomfortable thing. I mean, I don't think it's anything that one can get used to. I don't. I wouldn't. I'm still not used to it now, and which I'm actually glad that I'm not used to it, because if I were, I don't think I'd be the same person that I am.
Mr. Depp, did there come a time when you became passionate about acting?
Once I realized that that's the road that I was on, and that any attempt at going back to music would be an not, it would have been, I hated the idea that since the television series had come out and I had been exposed as this character or this actor, I had to realize in my own mind and heart that there was no going back to music, because I didn't want to, I didn't want to use whatever amount of success that I had attained from the TV series and that sort of thing. I didn't want to use that to influence, some career in music. I had far too much respect for music than to just to become what they wanted me to become, which was a teen idol or a teeny, that sort of thing. I fought that with everything in my being. So once I realized that music was no longer an option, then I began to study at various places. The Loft Studio, which is now long gone, in Los Angeles. I studied with some other teachers, Saunders Seacat. I read all the books that you could read, and all that was great, but you realize that the only way to learn, or the only way to learn how to, it's not act necessarily, the only way to learn how to react and behave, because it's just behavior and it's reaction, was to do it. It's on the job training, it's trial by fire. So I did my best to work up my own approach towards a character and such.
And what were a couple of the first few projects that you worked on where you were really able to implement that approach?
I would say I would say that the first film that I had done that I really took, where I really felt, okay, I've done the work, I know what I need to do. I would say that was that where I considered myself an actor, I suppose, was when Oliver Stone cast me in Platoon in 1986.
How did you come to be cast in Pirates of the Caribbean?
Well, that's many years later, but I had been Disney had offered me a film called Hidalgo, when it was about a man and his horse in the desert and stuff, and I read the screenplay, and I just didn't think it was for me. But I wanted to have a meeting with them because at that point I had a 2-year-old, yeah, 2.5-year-old daughter, and so, or 3, and for 3 years I watched nothing but animated films, cartoons from Tex Avery to Bugs Bunny to that was all I watched with my little girl, and I received the screenplay for Pirates, and it was I somehow in my mind I saw this opportunity, like a way to mesh characters like cartoon characters. For example, Wile E. Coyote gets a boulder dropped on his head and he's completely crushed, but they cut to the next scene and he's just got a little bandage on his head. So I started thinking about the parameters that were available to cartoon characters, and if they were available to cartoon characters, and nobody ever asked a question, whether you were 5 or 95, you didn't ask a question. Oh, Wile E. Coyote, of course he's still alive. So I tried to incorporate these kind of ideas into the character of Captain Jack Sparrow, so that so that I could try to push those parameters and control the sort of suspension of disbelief, to be able to control the characters' actions, words, movements, and put them in a place where the things that he would do or say were so either ludicrous or mainly something that also something to cartoon characters can get away with things we can't. Captain Jack Sparrow can do things that I could never do. He could say things that I could never say. So it was for me a way to stretch the parameters of a character and take a risk in doing that. But if it panned out, and I felt I was on a pretty good mission. If it panned out, I thought that it might be a character who would be accepted by 5-year-olds and 45-year-olds and 65-year-olds and 85-year-olds, and in the same way that Bugs Bunny is, you know,
You mentioned that,
believed.
sorry, you mentioned that you received the script. When was that?
Sorry.
When did you first receive the script for Pirates of the Caribbean?
The first screenplay I received was 2002, I believe. Yeah, 2002.
And what did you think of that script when you received it?
I thought that it had all the kind of hallmarks of a Disney film. That is to say, a kind of a predictable predictable 3-act structure, with and the character of Captain Jack was more, he was more like a swashbuckler type that would kind of swing in shirtless and, you know, be the hero. And I had quite different ideas about the character, so I incorporated my notes into the character and brought that character to life, much to the chagrin of Disney initially.
Now, when you say you made changes to the character, how did you do that?
Just you know, in preparation, you know, the very same way that I've ever approached any character. You look for a back history. You base it on, you know, it could be anything. Like Edward Scissorhands, for example, was I based on a dog that I'd had and newborn babies. My sister had a couple of new babies, and I watched them, you know, because I thought that Edward would see things from the sort of from a place of innocence, and not knowing exactly what things meant or were, and also that look of a pure, innocent child when they experience something for the first time. Those were the two main ingredients that I thought would serve the character. And with Captain Jack, again, the cartoons, you know, the Pepe Le Pew. It's like making a soup. You know, it's ingredients. It's just ingredients. There's some Pepe Le Pew in there. There's some Keith Richards in there. There's a bit of you know, I figured this is a guy who's been on the sea for the majority of his life. Quite possibly his brains may have been scrambled a bit by the sun. And also I thought that he'd been on the sea for so long that he had his sea legs, but when he got on land, he just didn't have his land legs. So he could never quite stand still.
How did the film ultimately turn out in your view?
I didn't see it, but I believe that the film, well, I mean, the film did pretty well apparently, and they wanted to keep going, making more, and I was fine to do that. As it was, there's great freedom in being able to. It's not like you become that person, but if you know that character to the degree that I did, because he was not what the writers wrote, so they really weren't able to write for him. So once you know a character better than the writers, that's when you have to be true to the character and add your words, add the rewrites. I was, yeah, no, I believed in the character wholeheartedly, and the initially the Disney folks were somewhat upset.
Now, you mentioned that the film was, to your understanding, a great success. How did your life change after the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie came out?
Though I'd been around for many years already, and people knew who I was and all that. After Pirates 1 came out, there was completely different. It was a completely different way of life was being sort of, my family and I were being plunged into. That is to say, at our house in Los Angeles, you would have people trying to climb the gates to get into see Captain Jack Sparrow. You would have people trying to bust in the gates dressed as Captain Jack Sparrow. You would have and follow you and your family. So that was the moment when there was no other way but to we had to hire more security guards, and I was certainly worried for my kids' safety. And so then that's when instead of just the one guy, there became several security people, because I wanted to make sure that my kids were safe when they went to school, or when they went to Disneyland, or when they went to the mall or whatever. So yes, more security, and then just getting followed, by hordes of paparazzi and things like that. It's I've had worse jobs, certainly. I can't complain about it, but yeah, after a while you realize that anonymity has left the building a long time ago. Anonymity's gone, and that's an odd thing to deal with. When you just, you can't just drive down to the diner and get a cup of coffee or something. It's not possible. It turns into something else altogether. So it's, it's acceptance, and of course there's a bit of sacrifice involved. I can't complain about the work that I've been given. I can't complain about any of that. I have no right to. But it does make you have to think very creatively when you've got little kids, about how to take them to the park, or to the swings, or to the this or that, or movie, or it becomes a strategic mission, and that's what happened after Pirates.
Now, you mentioned your family. Who did your family consist of at that time?
Vanessa Paradis, the mother of my children, who we were together for 14, 15 years. myself, our daughter Lily Rose, and our boy Jack.
Now, you mentioned hiring more security. Did you already have a security team at the time that Pirates of the Caribbean came out?
I'd had, yes, because there'd been more films prior to that. I mean, a number of films prior to that. So, uh, I was recognized. I was known. So, if you wanted to attempt to have any experience that might be normal, you sort of had to have somebody around to get you out of a squirrely situation should it arise. So I had security prior to that for who would travel with myself and my family. But not like, when I was at work, back then I didn't have security at work so much, not before Pirates. Pirates was really that was the thing that everything, it all turned around. It all just went weird.
So how did your security team change after Pirates of the Caribbean came out?
Well, like I said, with anything, it become more strategic, and you had to have more guys or gals because um, because if Vanessa, for example, she worked in France quite a lot, and if she was in France, um, and I was in LA with the kiddies, then and working, um, security would security would basically pick my kids up at school or whatever and bring them home. So that became the routine, driving them to school, bringing them home. Um, um, so yeah, and then if I went somewhere, it just, the security guards kind of multiplied because you needed to protect your street, your house, your kids. Endless.
So after Pirates of the Caribbean, who has been on your security team?
Jerry Judge was with me for, oh boy, over 20 years. Jerry Judge we've mentioned it before. It was a year or two ago. Jerry would go on film sets with me. He would do reconnaissance missions. That is to say, he would go to a country before we would go there, make sure all the hotel rooms were all taken care of and such. Or when I went on tour with, say, the Hollywood Vampires, which is a band that I've played with, he would come on the road with me with another security guard. So there was Jerry Judge, there was Malcolm Connolly, who's been with me for 20 years or more, Leonard Damian, Sean Pett, Travis McGivern, Mark Gibbs. I mean, there are a few.
Are all of these security personnel still with you today?
Jerry has gone on to somewhere else. Jerry made Jerry passed away from cancer, so Jerry made his exit. But the majority of I believe all of those fellows are still with me. Yes.
When did Mr. Judge pass away?
I believe it was two years ago, roughly, maybe a little less than 2 years ago.
Now I'd like to go through a couple of the names that you just mentioned. What is Malcolm Conley's purview in the realm of your security team?
What is his role?
Exactly, yes.
Well, now that Jerry is, Jerry and Malcolm had worked together for a very long time. So I'd met Malcolm through Jerry. After Jerry's passing, Malcolm obviously took over for Jerry, and so he took on extra responsibilities. He would have to make sure that there was someone on the ground wherever we were going that had done their recon, the reconnaissance, and to make sure that everything was set up by the time we got there, and that it would be a straight shot into the hotel without a gaggle of paparazzi. You didn't have to walk through 50 screaming, hollering photographers. So you'd go in through a garage door and through a slippery kitchen, and you were taken to your room where you stayed.
When did Malcolm Conley join your team?
Malcolm had joined. I mean, Jerry brought him on, so Malcolm has been with me for over 20 years now.
And in those 20 years, how often have you physically been present with Malcolm?
With Malcolm?
Yes.
Endless, countless, all over the world. Everywhere. Los Angeles, Japan, Serbia, films, tour. Malcolm was my, when we were on the Vampires tour in Europe, throughout Europe, and Malcolm was on the bus with me. We lived on the bus together, basically.
How often is Malcolm in LA with you?
It depends if there's or if there was a larger premiere, where where it had to be worked out so that it didn't turn into a chaotic or dangerous event, because sometimes between you and the people there are these barriers, and sometimes the professional photographers or the professional autograph people will surge forward, and in the front rows of behind these barriers, you have little kids and older women and older men, and so when the professionals would surge forward, these people would start getting kind of crushed against this metal deterrent, and that was the most worrisome thing when you're at a premiere and there are thousands and thousands of people there, and I've always called it running the gauntlet. Essentially, what it is that people are there to say hi and to support the film or the cast or whatever. So I have always gone out and signed for those people. I've always gone out and signed for all or as many as I possibly could. I mean, to the point of sometimes Jerry Judge would literally pick me up off the ground to make me stop signing. take me away. So, yeah, it was those kind of things. Again, you don't really get used to that, you know. So I forget what the original part of your question was. I got lost in the gauntlet.
I'll move on. What about
Well,
Sean Bed? How long is?
You want to go ahead and take a break now? Would that be okay for
That's
afternoon break?
fine. That's
Let's
fine.
why don't we go ahead and do that? Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our afternoon break. Please do, we'll take 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? Thank you. Stay there for a minute. All right. So just a reminder, since you're on the witness stand now, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys, okay? All right. And let's come back. I guess we can come back at 3:35. Is that okay for everybody? Okay, we'll take a
Hey. Oh wow. They talking about any and every goddamn thing. In this case, Lord have mercy. Jesus. Oh. Mm-mm-mm-mm. What the hell? What's good with it, Red Bunny? I guess, I don't know when we're going to get to the defamation. Wait a minute, Jasmine. That's not true. What's going on? Wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, no. Lord Jesus. Even with Johnny Depp. Listen, I'm running out of ideas to come up with. I'm running out. God damn. Y'all won't be ain't y'all. Oh, Lord. Oh, what is going on now? Damn. I think Jasmine will come through here a couple of times. I like Jasmine. I like well, I can't say I like everybody no more, but I mean, I like the people that's here. What's going on now? Jesus. Oh, Lord have mercy. Then I said I could do a lot with a small a crew that, hey, that can take it, like they can give it. Don't be on that fuck shit and all that, all this crazy shit or whatever. Damn. I ain't put R. Kelly nowhere near in the title. What you want to talk about R. Kelly? Whatever, we just gonna stream Johnny. I'm gonna try stream Johnny Depp during the day. Jesus. What the hell is happening? Oh shit, who calling? Hold on.
Can you hear me, Miss Walker?
What's good with it? Hey.
Yeah, I just want to. I have to run, but I want to jump in and say something as it pertains to Johnny Depp's testimony. I understand this is a civil situation. However, the one thing I can appreciate about what I'm looking at is that, you know, in America, this is America. And whenever a person is accusing someone of something, or when a person has been accused, that person should be able to speak unbridled. Like, they should be able to speak. This is America. The First Amendment, as it pertains to freedom of speech. I understand that during certain civil and criminal cases, litigation, that you want to keep a person focused within the purview of that which is at play. But I just thought I'd bring that up to Keep. I know she was watching it, and I wanted to say to Keep, you did not hear those attorneys or anyone interrupting him saying, get to your point, get to your point. A person should be able to speak and develop their points, as Johnny Depp was doing, and allow the people to hear him out. And equally, when it comes to his opposition, I find it troubling that I've heard people watch my videos and they get very unnerved, and it's like, hurry up and say what you're going to say. Life doesn't work that way, people. Life is everything that affects us in life, whether it's the laws, whether it's our health, whether it's your loved one being locked up or accused or whatever. Life, I don't think anyone would sit in front of a doctor as the doctor is explaining something about themselves, them or their loved ones, and say, get to your point, get to your point. And the doctor's trying to explain, this is the deal now. I've never been like that. That short, patient individual. I'm not just targeting Keep. People who are short patients are normally people who want to implant their narrative. It's like in the case with Robert. I said to him before he interviewed with Gayle King, man, you should make sure you do it live. Make sure you have your cinematographer there. Make sure you film it, because I knew that they were going to spin the narrative. He said to me, oh, no, she going to be fair. She going to be fair. And when I saw the interview and how they clipped it and they cut it, and how he was pleading, basically for people to understand that he was being lied on, I know this man. And I knew that was a sincere plea, asking people that they understand. Boy, I tell you, Ms. Walker, a lie is nothing to play with. Lies and slander. Let me tell you something, Ms. Walker. I gotta go, but lies and slander. I being a student of the Bible, I never experienced that. I never knew the power, the wicked demonic power of a lie and slander.
Right.
The Bible talks about how liars and slanderers, how their tongue walks all over the earth to and fro. It is a life thing where these lies become life. you know? And when you look at the fact that Robert's New York case was really held in secret, to be honest with you. It was held in secret. We as taxpaying citizens, even though I understand there are certain federal laws as far as cameras in the courtroom and things of that sort, but if our taxpaying dollars are going to pay for someone to be locked the hell up, if we as citizens want to be afforded due process and the right to a fair trial by the jury, a jury of our peers and things of that sort, then we as citizens, before we, when a person's being accused of something, they should be able to be brought right in the middle of the public square where the whole citizenry, the entire country should be able to see everything. Everything. We want every aspect of not only Robert's situation, but any American citizen. It should never be hidden secrets. Let's talk about it. So you take Gayle King, she said it in one of her interviews. She says, once I had to wait for the editors. We took the film back to the station and they edited and all of that. Then she gives her opinion afterwards, which is very unjournalistic. And she says, I wanted to tell those young ladies, pack your stuff and go. Okay, well, goddamn, that means while you were sitting there interviewing them, you had already formed an opinion. And even when she said, I wanted to tell them to pack their stuff and go, they were adults at that time. So she made it clear that she herself was upset at the fact that the thought of a 47, 48-year-old man having relations with 18, 19-year-olds. That's what it's all about. And this is what I was trying to get people to see when it comes to, I'm not singling Keep out, but most of those who oppose, who are in opposition to Robert, this is what upsets me about it. I was talking to Keep before we got off, and I was talking about having a high degree of decency, truthful, honest, being principled. Let's be real. Let's be real. If every so-called female accuser or so-called victim, when you take everything that's been levied against him, you talked about it earlier, let's say the Aaliyah situation. Okay, say if he conceded to that. Okay, fine. The herpes situation. Say if he conceded to that and said, okay, fine. That shit doesn't carry but a year or two. If that, first-time offender, it doesn't carry no lengthy sentence. Google it, look it up. Giving someone herpes in the state of Illinois or the state of New York, whatever. What is it, punishable by a year or some shit, 2 years, whatever? So, in all honesty, if Keep were honest, if Truth were honest, if Tears were honest, if Atmos was honest, if everybody that opposed Robert, if you all were honest, you would have to agree and say, yes, it's true. Even if all of those young ladies were over the age of 18, classified adults, we would still want his ass locked up because our society takes issue with an older man sleeping with, having sexual relations with an 18-year-old. I morally don't agree with it, but they obscure the waters and they try to act like R. Kelly is just this a terrorist or this monster, this, that, and the third, not understanding that that kind of shit is commonplace. It is commonplace in the entertainment field. It is absolutely commonplace. I'm telling you, I've been there, I've seen it. Do I agree with it? Hell no. But you show me an actor, white or black, show me an entertainer that's been in this thing as long as Robert. Show me an actor or an entertainer whose mate, their wife, their girlfriend is the same age or around the same age as them. There are very few, like Denzel, his wife, Samuel L. Jackson, his wife. But most of them, once they turn 40, I've seen it, 35, 40 years old, as they are moving towards the 45, 50-year-old mark, a lot of them will have the voice. Once their woman, the woman that they've been with, is growing old with them, that midlife crisis stage, they want a younger woman. Mick Jagger, all of them. Look at Prince before he passed. He was dating a young lady, I think she's about 22, 23. They're very vain people, Miss Walker. I've been around them. Robert's a very vain person. He is. He's vain. Vanity rules in that industry. So if you're 40, do you want a 40-year-old woman on your arm? I'm the kind of person that I will. That's just me. I'm not into that. I've seen guys in that field walk away from women at 35, 30 years. I've seen them do it. I would say, damn, I'm not talking about Robert, but I would always say to myself, cats I know that's in that industry, whether it's sports, entertainment, I'll be like, damn, did you really love her? Did you like, I'm the kind of person that I'm very mindful of how I treat people. And to be honest with you, Ms. Walker, I don't take up with women that I don't truly love. I don't do that. If I'm messing with you, I really love you. I'm your friend, but all of them, that's commonplace for them to want younger women because they're very vain. That's the industry. You know what I'm saying? So you have this 40-year-old woman, things are starting to sag and this, that, and the third. If you really love, listen, most of the women get with them in those relationships because of their celebrity. So when things turn around and it's like, well, I'm R. Kelly or I'm Mick Jagger or I'm this or that, I got to be with I prefer to be with a younger woman. Then some of the women just go away peacefully. And some of them, boy, I tell you, some of them get so outraged and enraged, like, wait a minute, you telling me now that I'm 40 and I've been with you for 12 years or whatever, you want a younger woman? Boy, I tell you, So listen, I'm done. I got to get out of here, Ms. Walker. Listen. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean, and I know that's, how the industry works. Most of them, I don't say most of them, a lot of them, they will prefer, a younger woman. I mean, that's just how it is. I think that most of the people, a lot of people don't like how it looks, the younger woman and the older man. But I think the bigger issue was the alleged minor situation. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I agree. But Ms. Walker, I mean to cut you off. When you say the alleged minor situation, I'm not interpreting what you're saying. I'm saying to me, okay, and Rob and I being roughly the same age, to me, a damn 18, 19, 20, 21-year-old is a minor to me. That's me personally. Now, we all see it. Any man will tell you. We niggas do it all the time, every day. You see a young lady at the restaurant, the damn child, the woman's 18, 17, 19 years old. As men, we will say, we always say this in the hood, damn, when she get older, she gonna be bad as hell. You sit drinking with your partners like, damn, look at that little girl, she gonna be fine as hell. Women do that. They see young, handsome guys, 16, 17, 18, like, damn, when he get older, he gonna give them a run for their money. But most people, you're not gonna desire that 18, 19, 20-year-old sexually, while acknowledging that they're nice looking. You follow me? But when you're in that field, see, the difference is they coming at you. Shit. The 17, 18-year-old at the goddamn coffee house ain't chasing after me. You feel me? She so then you have a male-female dynamic that comes into play when that same 19-year-old leaves her number on your car or follows you home and can I get your order? Can I be with you? Can I sit with you? Can I now? Do I agree with it? Hell no. But at the same time, if you're of a certain mindset, you're an entertainer.
All right, your next question.
Oh, he's back. Okay, Miss
Mr.
Walker, I'm
Depp, I'd
about
like
to
to just
finish
briefly
watching
go
it.
through
Sorry,
the
we'll talk
security
later.
personnel that you just
Bye, bye,
listed
bye.
All right,
out
no
before
problem.
we took
No
a
problem.
break.
Thank you.
How long has Leonard Damien been with you?
My kids are now 20, 23. Leonard Damien's been with me, I believe, roughly the same time as Mr. Depp, somewhere in the neighborhood of 16, 17 years. I can't be precise, but they were very young. My children were very young when they joined the team, which was really after Pirates was released in 2003, the first.
Now, you mentioned your children. What is Mr. Damien's role with respect to your children's security?
Excuse me?
You mentioned your children
Yes.
with respect to Leonard Damien. Is his role in connection with your children's security?
Yes, very much so. Leonard, Leonard Damien and Sean Bett for quite a while were both sort of assigned, as it were, to my kids, taking them to school, picking them up from school if Vanessa and I were unable to do it, or even if we were there, we would drive with them to take the kids to school. And over the years, obviously, your children, my children have taken quite a shine to them, and they've become like another set of parents in a way.
And how long has Travis McGivern been with you?
Travis, I believe, a little bit less than that. I believe. I couldn't really speculate. It's a little less. Maybe it's 13 years, or I don't know.
Now, you mentioned that you had to bring on additional security after Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yes.
How has the fame associated with that franchise affected your personal relationships?
Again, I would never complain about the repercussions, let's say, or the repercussions of the success of that film. But of course, as I said, there are sacrifices that one has to make. Sacrifices that you're not nearly ready for. Just simply when you when you go to a town, or you go on a press tour or something, and you're staying in a hotel. People stay in hotels all the time. I stay in the hotel. We've found that it's just a lot easier if I stay put in a hotel and not kind of, again, especially if it's with the kids or something, I don't want them to, I've never wanted them to see me as a novelty. I just wanted to be dad, you know. Now, they're well aware of a lot, and they're well aware of pretty much everything. Um, but no, you know, when you get recognized wherever you go, the basic truth is it's pretty simple. People are generally kind and curious, and if they've grown up with you in their living room, from a television series or from various films that they've seen, there's nothing menacing about being recognized. Sometimes there can be. Sometimes people can get weird, and but we've found that it's just it's better all around if I stay in my hotel room and don't go out to too many restaurants or anything, because it generally causes a bit of a hubbub. If you go to a restaurant, someone calls the paparazzi, and you go in for a meal, and you come out, and there's 30 guys out there. It can be a little overwhelming. It's not something. I think I said it before. It's not something that it's not something that I've ever gotten used to, and it's something that I hope I never get used to. Because I don't think of myself in those terms. I used to be Johnny, if that makes sense. I used to be Johnny, and then my name, full name, which I honestly find still, it's difficult. It's uncomfortable to say my own name, because when I say it, I hear the commodity, I hear the product. So I went from Johnny to Johnny Depp, and then that name, with that name, Johnny Depp, and some image was cultivated. Certainly not by me, but the media, especially in those days, they must label you. They have to give you a label. And labels are one of the things that I've fought vigorously with regard to my work. I never wanted to be the poster boy. I never wanted to be the. I don't have, I'm not built with that kind of hubris. I don't have that kind of confidence. I can do virtually anything playing a character. I can become the character in my work, and that character may be able to spit out 100 words a minute, but me, myself, Johnny, I cannot. So therein lies the difference,
Mr. Depp, other than acting, what other artistic pursuits do you have that may be a little less known to the general public?
Well, I've remained a musician. I've been a musician. I started playing the guitar when I was 12 years old, and that saved my life, because I locked myself into in my bedroom at the age of 12, listening to records, moving the needle back, and then learning that piece, and then learning it again. So so much so that I don't remember. I have no memory of going through puberty. I was just playing the guitar. I was obsessed with my guitar.
Any other artistic pursuits?
I Yeah, I mean, I've always drawn since I was very small, since I was very little, and always enjoyed drawing, and then began to paint, and so there started learning about painting and trying to it, I suppose different ways of expressing oneself, different ways to release the things that are living in your head, whether they be beautiful memories, whether they be horrific memories, whether they be I have a I, I need to create. It's a need. It's a Of course, I want to create as well, but I actually need to create because I need to summon whatever it is that I need to summon, to whether that's within a film or a painting or a guitar note. All of those things should come from a place an organic place, a place of truth. Because if they don't, well, then you're just lying, aren't you? Every bit of truth, a person doesn't have to say anything on film. What's important is what's behind the eyes. And if they do say something, what's important is not necessarily the words that they say. It's very easy to say, I love you. But what brings it into the realm of truth is what's underneath it, what's not being said, the subtext, if you will. So, any artistic or creative venture, any film, anything that I do, that's where I'm coming from. That's my approach.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned words, and I think the jury has already seen some words that you've written in text messages.
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury a little bit about how you write?
Certainly. When I was young, when I was about 12 years old, my elder brother, Danny, walked into my room and ripped the Peter Frampton record off my record player, threw it across the room, and said, "You got to stop listening to this stuff." And he put this record on, and it started, and I'd never heard anything like it. It was called Astral Weeks by Van Morrison. So I'm a kid, 12 years old. So my brother had turned me on to Van Morrison, then he turned me on to soundtracks like Clockwork Orange or Last Tango in Paris. He turned me on to books by Jack Kerouac. He turned me on to books by Ginsberg, Philip K. Dick. I mean, Salinger. I mean, the whole James Joyce, the whole Hemingway, the whole thing. So So I became very interested in vocabulary and the the unique voices of these writers. And then I started reading people like Tom Robbins and Hunter S. Thompson, and then ended up becoming very close friends with Hunter Thompson for the last 10, 12 years of his life. And Hunter's writing, of course, because of the amount I spent, of time I spent with him, it has influenced my writing greatly. Hunter was known for inventing a thing called gonzo journalism, which is it's the author putting himself in the situation, um, uh, as opposed to writing it from the author's point of view. He writes it with him in it, and there are great embellishments, and embellishments are great sort of ways that he would twist things and express um, his feelings, and so he became a huge hero, of course, to me, and a great friend. I in my texts and in my emails, or sometimes just even in my writing, um, you take you take the subject and you try to express it in your own vernacular, and in that, as, for example, with the text messages that I apologize that everyone's had to experience. I am ashamed of some of the references made. I'm embarrassed that at the time, the heat of the moment, the heat of the pain that I was feeling, went to dark places. There is no, if you're writing, there is no set place that you have to stay in. You can travel. And sometimes pain has to be dealt with humor, and sometimes dark, very dark humor. I grew up watching Monty Python, so yes, it can tend to get into dark humor. It can tend to get words are used that for emphasis, and words are used to express what you're feeling at the time, and it's just like growing up. You learn from those mistakes, you learn from those things, and you move forward, you know. And that's how you start to understand your own vernacular and what's important, what's necessary and what's not necessary. I tend to be quite expressive in my writing, and after after the uh, after the unfortunate words of Ms. Heard, um, made their way into my heart and my head. Those are two very opposing things. So you're trying to you're trying to find the best way to express something to a friend. Sometimes you're exaggerating, you know, something that you've done, um, um, just to make it sound, just to make him understand that, you know, I'm on planet question mark here. I don't know what's going on, but I know I'm in this situation, and I know that it cannot continue.
Mr. Depp, the jury's heard quite a bit from Ms. Heard's side about your drug and alcohol use, but I'm sure they'd like to hear from you. So could you please just tell them about your history of substance use?
Certainly. Again, this goes back to when I was a young boy. Excuse me. At about the age of, I don't know, 4 or 5 years old, I can remember vividly my mom telling me to go get her nerve pills, you know, out of her purse that was hanging on the back of the door. So I'd go get the nerve pills and I'd bring her the nerve pill. She'd take it. And, you know, after a few years, you start to notice, well, you start to think about nerve pills. And then she seemed to calm down after she took those nerve pills. So when I was 11 years old, I wanted to calm down, and I didn't know how to. So I'd bring my mom her nerve pill, I would walk away, and I would take one myself to escape caring so much, feeling so much, to escape the chaotic nature of what we were living through. So that was the beginning when I realized that nerve pills calm the nerves. Pretty young age to do that. I can't say that I'm proud of admitting to that, but I have to say that I knew not what else to do. I knew nothing else that I could do. So as we were all growing up, there was always those kids who would say, "Let's party. Let's go party. I want to party." I've never used the word party in my life. I've never taken any substance for a party. I have taken these substances over the years, on and off, to numb myself of of the ghosts, the wraiths that were still with me, and from my youth. So I needed, yeah, they were everything. It was essentially, it was just self-medication. One of those get me out of here moments, and you know, where you want to escape from is your own brain, your own head.
How often have you used substances throughout your life?
Having started with my mother's nerve pills at 11, of course, you know, that's around the age that you're introduced to marijuana. You're introduced to, and also depending on where you're living and who you're associating with and who's around the neighborhood. I No, I wasn't shy to try a substance to see if the effect of it would maybe even take a bit more of the edge off. So I started at 11, and I mean, I even mentioned this in an interview in TV Guide, if anyone remembers TV Guide, in 1989, where I was asked by the journalist why I believed that kids who were watching the show 21 Jump Street about police officers in school undercover cops, but as students, I was asked why these kids or whoever should believe me or trust me or listen to me, and I said, look, I could, because I've experienced it, and I can tell them that there is no future in it, that there's nothing but a kind of a postponing of the inevitable. That one day you're going to have to face those feelings. One day you will meet those, let's call them demons from your youth. So I was straight up, open and honest at that time in a very, I mean, TV Guide was it was right at the register when you checked out at the grocery store. It was like the most popular thing, and it was a very straight magazine, little magazine. But I told them I'd pretty much done all the drugs that I was aware of by the time I was 15 years old, and which was true. Now, that doesn't mean to say that I continued into that, you know, forest of possibilities with regard to substances. I wasn't dropping acid every 5 minutes. I wasn't. There were many years that I didn't touch a substance and no drugs. There were many years that I didn't have a drink. So as I said, it's never been for the sort of party effect. It's been for trying to numb the things inside that have that can plague someone's who's experienced trauma. But the characterization the characterization of my substance, quote unquote, substance abuse that's been delivered by Ms. Heard is uh, is 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 grossly embellished, and I'm sorry to say, but a lot of it is just plainly false. I think that it was easy. It was an easy. I think it was an easy target for her to hit, because once you've trusted somebody for a certain amount of years and you've told them all the secrets of your life, that information then, of course, can be used against you, especially if it's taken to a point that is teetering on impossible, and teeters over impossible, in fact, at times. It's so I am not some maniac who needs to be high or loaded all the time. In fact, in Australia, from before Australia and in Australia, I had been off of alcohol for, I believe it was about 18 months.
Mr. Depp, you've mentioned some periods of sobriety throughout your life. How many would you estimate you've had?
Quite a number. You know, on various films, you see. I suppose, I guess maybe by example, if anyone's, well, if you're familiar with Hunter Thompson's book, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, which I was lucky enough to make into a film and with Terry Gilliam. The film calls for myself and my attorney to be absolutely blotto out of our heads constantly throughout the film. And most people just assume that, well, they just got wasted and they filmed them. There would have been no way you couldn't act that. You couldn't make that film with two actors who were loaded. There would be no way. And then to the other extreme, Donnie Brasco, a film that I made about an FBI agent. I had to go into a training regime where I had to eat 5 meals a day, drink 5 shakes a day, you know, these protein shakes per day, work out 3 to 4 hours a day because I had to gain 20 to 30 pounds of muscle. There was certainly no abuse of substances then. There's been no abuse of substances on film sets. There have been there's been no moments where I would have been considered out of control. Never. In fact, it's not been mentioned. I'm sure they don't want to mention it, but I remember that because when I was with Ms. Heard and her friends, and we were all drinking wine, and I smoking marijuana, they used to tease me because of what they sort of said was a ludicrous tolerance, because I never appeared loaded or high or any of that. Even if I felt a little spinny, no one would have ever known.
Mr. Depp, is there any substance that you've ever been addicted to?
Yes.
And what is that?
Roxycodone or Roxycontin, which is it's an opiate. It's I think oxycodone has the opiate and then some pain like paracetamol or something, and then the Roxys are just the opiate, as far as I remember. And when I was working on Pirates 4, and there was a scene in which I had to grab this large gold and red, stately gilt chair, pick it up and throw it, chuck it out this big giant window. And so I did it, and as I swung around to throw the chair out the window, I felt this immediate electricity from the bottom of my spine down my left leg, and it was like an electricity that burned. So I had obviously it was sciatica, so I had obviously pinched something, done something. So I saw a chiropractor or Keenan or whatever. I saw chiropractors, and to no avail. Then I saw a doctor, and the only pain medication that she recommended and prescribed to me was Roxycodone. And there was a part of me that was a little bit worried, just in the sense that I know I've witnessed friends and people over the years who've had problems with heroin, and I didn't want to get bit by that snake, and I started taking the Roxys, and I was bit by the snake, and then before you know it, that monkey is on your back to stay. And it's not like you take those pills to get high. You take them to once the addiction has grabbed hold of you. You're not taking those pills to get high. You're taking those pills to get well, or to get better. Because if you're without the pill, your body will start to go into various you'll withdrawals, and so I was on the Roxys for a number of years, 4 or 5 years, I think, maybe more. I don't know, but the key was that if you take 2, you will be what they call on the nod. You will be that. You will just drop into sleep Um, uh, so, yes, I didn't like being dependent on these pills. I didn't like being dependent on on a drug that would you take only so you wouldn't get withdrawals. That's what it becomes. So like a junkie, the, the reason why so many, well, now there's a huge fentanyl problem, but the reason why junkies generally, why they end up overdosing is because they're looking for the first high again. And you don't get that. You don't get your first high again. So what do? You up the stakes and you put more, you take more. And that's what makes them, that's what makes things go dark for them. Because they overestimated the amount that their body could tolerate, and they go blue and they die. So, yeah, didn't want that.
Mr. Depp, do you have an estimate as to what year you started taking the opiates that you just described?
When 2000, or excuse me, it was Pirates. Bless you. 4, I believe. Pirates 4. No, it was Pirates 4. Rob Marshall directed it. I don't know what year that was. Maybe. I actually don't. I have no idea what year that was.
Was it before you were in a relationship with Miss Heard?
Yes. I believe so.
And you didn't detox, and you detoxed from those opiates during your relationship with Miss Heard. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, so of course, yes. So they must have, yeah, they did come around prior to my meeting Miss Heard.
After you detoxed from the opiates, have you ever taken any opiates ever again?
No, I can't. That's no. Once you've been bit, you'll be bit again. So no, with any, I mean, even with my finger, I think that there was like Motrin 800, but no opiates. No, I have not taken an opiate since, and I won't unless I plan on going through the hell of the pure horror of detoxing, of coming off those drugs. No.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to now turn to your relationship with Miss Heard. Can you please tell the jury how you met Miss Heard?
Mm-hmm. 2000, in around 2008, Hunter Thompson and I were going through some of his manuscripts of his books that have been published, and then I found this manuscript in one of his boxes, and it was called The Rum Diary, and I had heard about it, and I knew it was what they called his long lost novel. In fact, the only novel he ever wrote. And I showed it to him, and Hunter was shocked. Oh my God, that's where it is, And so he said, "Read me some." So I started reading this to him, and he said, "This is a movie, we must produce this together." And he got all excited about the idea of doing that. So we went right into it, and we started to set up meetings to get money, financing to develop the project. And we finally ended up getting the money to develop the project and to make the film. Hunter, from his own dilemmas in his life, committed suicide, but having had long talks with him, I knew every angle of the book, but I knew every angle of the film that he wanted, which was going to be a bit different than the book. And Bruce Robinson, who was a great writer-director, directed a film called With Nail and I and How to Get Ahead in Advertising, was the one director that Hunter and I talked about. And so I went to Bruce, who was a friend of mine, and I ripped him out of retirement because he never wanted to direct another film again. I pulled him out of retirement after 27 years, and he agreed to write the screenplay and direct the film. And we proceeded. During the auditioning process, Bruce was, before that, Hunter had very specific ideas of what these characters should be. Bruce had been auditioning girls or women for the role of Chenault in the film, and there were this sort of this starlets that were up and coming, or there were some that were well known and things of that nature. But you know, one of the things that Hunter was very against was stunt casting. That is to say, put a bunch of very famous people in a movie and let them go, and then hope for the money in the end. So Bruce had asked me. He said he had been auditioning this one particular actress named Amber Heard. He said that he'd auditioned her 5 times, and he wasn't sure about her capabilities as an actress with regard to the film and the character and taking direction and that sort of thing. So he asked me if I would read with her for the film, and I had already met a number of actresses and things. And so what I said to Mr. Robinson is, I said, Bruce, I don't. If you've auditioned her 5 times, you've seen the best and the worst, I suppose. So me putting her, this girl, in an uncomfortable situation, you know, saying, hey, all right, let's read this, I think it's a far better idea that we just meet so that I can see how she behaves, see how she reacts, because that's really all it is: reaction, behavior, and you don't have to push anything else, you know. So they made an appointment. She came to my office. I took one look at her and I thought, yeah, that's the Chenault that Hunter wants. That's the one. I thought, yeah, she could definitely kill me. That's what Hunter wants. And so we spoke, and she was sweet as pie, pleasant, again, you know, intelligent, literate, very good taste. Um, and I felt like if she, what I felt and what I told Bruce was, look, when you put someone in a situation that they're obviously going to feel under pressure, it's not the best way to really know what they're capable of. And made suggestions such as, and which I ended up making to Ms. Heard. I made suggestions of films that might give her some insight into what we were looking for in terms of the film, which is to say, I gave her films like To Have and Have Not, and things of that nature, because I wanted to. There was something very important that I felt she needed to know about stillness, as opposed to, you know, going broad or acting a little too much. So I felt like I could be a bit of a traffic cop in that sense, so that, because if we could connect, then it could work, as long as there was truth in her eyes, and as long as there was truth coming out of her dialogue, you know, then it's all in the editing. So I felt that I could help her with that idea of stillness, and that's when I first met Miss Heard.
How would you describe your interactions with Miss Heard when you worked together on the Rum Diary?
Initially, well, yeah, no, mostly very few interactions. I remember there was a time I wasn't working that day, but I was producing, one of the producers of the film, and it was a scene from the book that was it was a scene where Ms. Heard's character was in a nightclub and were amongst the locals, and she's very drunk and everybody's very drunk, and she ends up dancing with a few of the local, like one of the local guys and stuff, and then the other local guys start to sort of close in on her. In the book and in the screenplay, as it was written, there was there was a requirement for nudity for the part, and I was on set the day that they were shooting that, and as I was watching the crowd coming in on her, I realized, you know what? Because I would check on Ms. Heard and say, "Are you all right? Are you sure you're okay?" Because this is, she was like, "No, no, I'm fine, fine, fine." But I realized that with the crowd surging in towards her, that we wouldn't have to do the nudity, because if she took her shirt off and she had a red bra on, and a skirt, then if she had a red bra in her hand, when the crowd surged in on her, all she had to do was lift the red bra up out of the crowd, and there's no nudity, but it's certainly implied, because then the character disappears for a few days, and she's quite a wreck when she comes back, because bad things have happened to her. So I remember telling Ms. Heard, hey, you don't have to take your clothes off. You don't have to take your top off. You don't have to, everything's cool. And she was appreciative. Um, but other than that, we didn't really have much interaction until there was a scene where I'm taking a shower, and then she comes into the room and she opens the shower, and we kiss. And that moment was it was yeah, it felt like something. It felt like something that I shouldn't be feeling, because she had her wife, and even though it was a scene, and she had her wife, and I had Vanessa and kitties, and um, yeah.
When would you say your romantic relationship with Miss Heard actually began, if not in that moment?
Well, I think there was something in the kiss in the shower that was very real. Um, so that day after work, Miss Heard had come to my trailer, and I was just sitting there listening to actually old blues stuff, and we had a glass of wine, um, and and we kissed. Um, and at that point, my trailer was the only trailer in the parking lot. She had a mind to stay in the trailer there for a while with me, and I didn't think that was a very good idea on any level, especially since there were about 9 Teamsters waiting to move the trailer. And then that was that until till whenever we did the first day of the press junket for the Rum Diary in Los Angeles 2 years later, and she had broken up, I believe, with her wife, and my for lack of a well, my wife, we weren't married, but she was, of course, my wife, Vanessa. We had some not so great situations, you know. She was stuck in America. She wanted to go back to France. She wanted to have her life back. She's a well-known singer there. And that's not long out. Right around then is when Miss Heard and I started to see each other here and there occasionally.
Between the end of the filming of the Rum Diary and the press junket, did you and Miss Heard communicate at any time in between?
Mm, I don't remember. I remember that there was a white dress that she really was infatuated with, that she really loved this dress that she wore in the film. And so I went to Colleen Atwood, the costume designer, and to Bruce, and I said, do you think we can snag this white dress and send it to Amber, after she'd wrapped, because she loved the thing. Um, I remember talking to her, I think, then, but briefly.
What did you like about Miss Heard when you first started your romantic relationship?
She seemed to be. She seemed to be the. She seemed to be the perfect partner, in a sense, in my head, and for me, because she, as I said, she seemed to be very knowledgeable about old obscure blues music that I listened to and really liked. She was literate. She was sweet, funny, nice, all those things, and she was, and from the beginning of our relationship at that time, for a good year and a half, she was wonderful, and then things just started to change, or things started to reveal themselves. That's, I think, is a better way to put it.
You mentioned earlier in your testimony that Miss Heard would take off your boots when you would get home from work. What other types of behaviors did you observe in Miss Heard early in the relationship?
Little things that you would that it would just, you'd question in the back of your mind, if if she wanted to go to bed, I'd say, oh, well, I can't sleep, right now. And rather than go and just lay in a bed and stare at the ceiling, I would say, I'll just watch. I'll be out here watching TV or hanging out, and that was just not acceptable. Just not acceptable. It would stir up some rather unusual reactions from her. I didn't understand why as a 50-something-year-old man, was not allowed to go to sleep when I wanted to, as opposed to when she wanted to. It started out with little things like that. And again, they just, they just, I suppose like anything, if they're allowed to continue, then they are allowed to grow. They're allowed to blossom into whatever they're going to become.
What were you and Miss Heard's nicknames for each other?
I called her Slim.
Why is that?
I called her Slim because of the film that I had given her to watch, like about, in terms of stillness, was Lauren Bacall and Humphrey Bogart. And I called her Slim and she called me Steve, which was Lauren Bacall's and Humphrey Bogart's nicknames for each other in the film. That was their names in the film. And it you know, it wasn't lost on me the fact that there was an age difference, and that my God, when when Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, that's when they met on that film. He was 45 years old and she was 19, and they stayed together until, well, for many years, until Bogart passed away. So yeah, the there was a kind of a joke, to not joke, but just uh, yeah, I acknowledge the fact that I was the old craggy bogey and she was this um, uh, beautiful um, creature, just this stunning creature.
When did you first meet Miss Heard's parents?
I first met Miss Heard's parents when they had come out to Los Angeles, I believe, and yeah, and I feel like that I met them. I think they came to my place, to my studio, and they were two completely opposite end of the spectrum people. Paige was she was an angel. She was an angel, and I loved her very much. I loved her instantly, and we had a very good relationship. Her father, David, was the opposite end of that. He was this outrageous kind of, almost like a cartoon cowboy, you know. And he was the initial thought. I mean, my initial kind of definition for David would have been rascally, like a rascal, you know. But I I loved. I mean, I grew to love them both very much, as well as uh, her sister Whitney, and yes, it felt like I had been welcomed into some sort of family. I had been accepted into this family, and those relationships stayed solid until just a bit after we'd separated.
How often did you spend time with Miss Heard's parents during your relationship with Miss Heard?
Quite a lot. Whether I used to have a boat, um, and we would take her parents or family, and we'd go sail the boat and, you know, drop anchor at the island, and we would spend a week, 2 weeks, whatever, on the boat on the island. Also, they would come to Los Angeles quite a bit. We also would go to Austin here and there to see them, visit them. Every year we would, on their anniversary, I had a friend of mine who had a restaurant in Austin, like a very good restaurant in Austin, and I'd call him up and basically basically set it up so that every year on their anniversary they could just go there, and and they'd be taken care of, and there would be no bill, so they could just celebrate. And I think one of the things we did was Yes, we would try to order them car so that they could drink. Um, no, I was very fond of them, very fond of them.
Now, you mentioned Miss Heard's sister, Whitney. When did you first meet Whitney?
I don't remember exactly when I met Whitney the first time, but I felt when I first met Whitney, there was something in what I saw of Whitney that was much less confident than Amber, much more um, revealing of insecurities. Um, uh,
Objection, Your Honor, just foundation. What he
All right.
saw in Whitney.
I think if you can answer the question. You want to ask the question again?
We can move on.
Okay, that's fine.
How would you describe your relationship with Whitney?
Great. I mean, fantastic. I called her sis. I loved her, I had always felt something, I'd always felt like Whitney had missed out on something.
Same objection.
All right.
We can move on.
Okay, thanks.
Where was Whitney living when you and Miss Heard first started your relationship?
She was living with her then boyfriend, Sean Krajewski.
Was this in the same? Where was Miss Heard living when you first started your relationship?
Miss Heard had informed me that she just moved to a new place on Orange Avenue,
What city is that in?
Los Angeles. Sorry, yeah.
And was Whitney also living in Los Angeles?
Whitney was living in Los Angeles, yes, with Sean Krajewski and yeah.
So how often would you see Whitney when you and Miss Heard were in a relationship?
Oh, a lot. Whitney would come over all the time with her boyfriend for dinners and such. Miss Heard always liked having people over, for dinner parties and social kind of events at her place.
Have you ever done any drugs with Whitney?
Yes,
How often would you do that?
with Whitney.
Yes, with Whitney.
Maybe three times, maybe twice, 3 times.
Did there come a time when Whitney moved into the penthouses that you owned at the Eastern Columbia building?
Yes.
And when was that?
I don't remember exactly when it was, but I do remember that it was after Rocky Pennington and yes, I believe Josh Drew was there already as well. Whitney, I can't remember why she needed a place, but she needed a place, so we gave her penthouse 4 to live in.
And how long did she live there for?
Oh boy, on and off for, I suppose, a couple of years.
And how much rent did you charge her?
Nothing.
Now, you said you did drugs a couple times with Whitney. What drugs were you doing with Whitney?
Whitney and I had done a line or two of cocaine together.
When did you start getting introduced to Miss Heard's friends after you started your relationship with her?
Almost immediately. Well, in fact, immediately, yeah. Immediately. I was introduced to the whole gang, you know, Rocky, Io, Brittany Eustace, Whitney, certainly. Who else? That's all that comes to mind at the moment.
No, you mentioned Rocky. Who is that specifically?
Raquel Pennington, who was Miss Heard's good friend from youth, I suppose.
And I think you mentioned Brittany Eustace as well. Who was that?
Brittany Eustace was just one of the gals, you know. She was one of the gals, and she was quite bubbly and funny and real sweet girl, southern girl. I haven't seen her in. I think that something went sideways between Brittany Eustace and the girls because she suddenly just disappeared from the group.
And when was that?
Probably we were probably a year and a half or maybe two, no, 2 years into the relationship, 3 years maybe.
And I believe you mentioned someone named Io. Who is that?
Io Tillett Wright was a friend of Ms. Heard's from New York City, who was who had identified as she was born a female, if that's the right terminology these days, born a female, but she was she had chosen she at a very young age she had decided that she was a male, and she identified as a male. And Io seemed to be, again, she was very intelligent, very literate, kind of a go-get-em kind of activist type. And she was writing a book, I remember. She was writing a book, Io, or he was writing a book, rather. And I had a house on one of my, on Sweetser, one of the houses there was empty. And it was in fact a house that I'd set up to write in. And when she had no place to stay or go, whatever, I called her over and I showed her the house, you know, where the desk was and all the things. And so I said, write your book, you know, write your book here. So she did.
Did Io end up living in that house or just working there?
No, Io ended up, no, she ended up living in the house for somewhere in the neighborhood of a year, I guess. Somewhere about a year.
And how much rent did you charge to Io?
Nothing.
And did there also come a time when Rocky moved into the penthouses at the Eastern Columbia building?
Rocky moved into penthouse 2.
And do you recall when that was?
Oh no, Penthouse 1, sorry. Penthouse 1. That was not long after Ms. Heard and I started to begin to dress that place up as our residence. So it wasn't very long after that at all that Rocky came. I had already had my friend Isaac, who you've met, Isaac Baruch, painter. I had already given him Penthouse 2 to stay in and live in and paint in, because he'd just come back from Florida, and his mom had passed away, and I think he had about $3 in his pocket. So I gave him the penthouse and asked him if he had enough paint, and so he lived there.
Why did Rocky move into the penthouses?
Objection, foundation.
I'll overrule foundation.
And hearsay. The question potentially calls for hearsay.
I'll overrule that for the moment.
Go ahead, Mr. Depp.
Why did, sorry, what was it again?
Why did Rocky end up moving into the penthouses?
Well, she ended up moving into the penthouses. I don't recall. I believe it was something to do with just not having a place. And Amber had asked if I would be okay with, Rocky moving in. And I said, of course. The penthouse is empty. I wasn't in the, I wasn't going to be renting them out necessarily anyway. They were for friends to come and stay. Penthouse 4, in fact, was initially planned out for my sister Christy to have an escape from her 3,000 grandchildren and the amount of workload that she had taken on at the company.
How long did Miss Pennington end up staying in the penthouses?
Longer than I did.
And how much rent did you charge to Miss Pennington?
Nothing.
Did anyone live with Miss Pennington in the penthouses?
Yes, her fiance or boyfriend and fiance Josh Drew. And then at a certain point, I learned that there was another female living there who I wasn't sure who that was. I didn't know who that was. Because there were 2 bedrooms, and so she had invited a friend to move in. But I met that person very briefly a while after they had already been living there.
Are we at a good breaking point?
I think
just wanna
this is a
make sure.
good
Okay,
stopping point.
That's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 5 o'clock, so we'll go ahead and break for the evening. Again, do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? And we'll see you in the morning at 10 a.m. All right, thank you. You're excused for the day. Thank you. All right. And again, sir, since you're in the middle of your testimony, did not discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys this evening, okay? All right, you can stand down if you like. Okay, thank you. All right, is there any other matters for this evening? Sure, sure.
Steph?
Yeah, and Morgan, I'm sure, definitely have one in your pocket. We're coming off a big holiday weekend. TSA says more than 2 million people passed through airports yesterday. What are the travelers saying there in Dallas?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Whether or not they are for or against masking, everyone kind of felt like that we've spoken to at least that this was inevitable at some point sooner than later, even with that extension that was pushed until May 3rd, that now doesn't appear to be the case with this recent ruling from the district judge in Florida. We had a chance to hear from people on both sides and just hear them in their own words. Take a listen.
Okay.
I think most of the rest of us, including myself.
Sorry about that, y'all. But I was knocked the fuck out. Oh, Lord. Oh, Jesus. Oh, boy, I was knocked out. I was gone. You hear me? I was knocked out. Yes. I don't know what Johnny Depp said. I don't know what nobody said. I was gone, honey. I was gone. I don't say they stream this stuff every day. I don't know about this. Baby, that done took up the greater part of my damn day. I was out. So shouts out to Just B for holding it down. For the rest of y'all for holding it down too. But shouts out for her. She once again came on through in the clutch. Shouts out to Keith and Levi for coming up here. Make sure Levi goes live tonight. You catch us over there. Oh boy. Whew. Child, I'm sorry they do. I was just trying to try something different in the one. I don't know about that. Oh, I don't know how people do it. Boy, look here. I was gone. I was gone. I turn over and I see Johnny Depp still mumbling and whispering and shit. And I just, okay, he got it. And I turn on over and keep it going. Child, oh, Lord. Yeah, I needed a nap. I was, woo. It was good. It was good. Anyway, y'all, I don't know if I'm able to do that every day. I was just trying something. Peter talking about a red bra, and I'm like, child, I don't know what Peter talking about. I missed it all. Oh, Jesus. Anyway, y'all, let me get off here so I can get the rest of my nap concluded. And let me know if and whew, shit, that was good. Anyway, y'all, I sure do appreciate y'all. And I catch y'all next time I go live or I go on somebody else's live. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for coming on through. Peace out.